know what is happening, Moravia Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. If you eat Kepan, gradually, my brother, Tunto Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon.
You wanna get the news update, Tunto Spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Baraba.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku, kudileo. Kuwa, kudileo.
Tunto Spoon. To get your information. Tunto Spoon. To be part of the Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan Tunnel with the Spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Tunto Spoon to get your information. Tunto Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just Tunto Spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just Tunto Spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, Tunto Spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, Tunto Spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just Tunto Spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon. If you eat Kepan, gradually, my brother, Tunto Spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tunto Spoon. Yeah, Tunto Spoon.
You wanna get the news update, Tunto Spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Baraba. deba.
Spoon
Skibidi bidi dabado.
Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Kuo, 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 kuo. Bese kuo, 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 kudileo. Kuo, kuo, kudileo.
Tonto Spoon to get
Yes, I
your
do.
information.
Kuo.
Tonto Spoon to be
Yes, I
part
do.
of our
Batile,
discussion.
batileo.
Spoon, Spoon Television.
Yes, I do. Batileo.
Spoon, Spoon Radio Station. Ooh,
Yeah.
Spoon Television.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, Stan Turner with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Tonto Spoon to get your information. Tonto Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Television. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Radio Station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Tune to Spoon, you want to know what's happening in Liberia, what's happening at the ministries, the agencies. You want to get the breaking news. You want to interact with the newsmakers. Just Tune to Spoon. This is where you get authentic information about all of the major happenings in Liberia. And I'd like to say welcome again. Thanks for joining us tonight on another edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk, Liberia's most followed talk show on radio and online. This is where you get the objective analysis. This is where you get diverse views on the trending national issues. This is where you get the breaking news. And Spoon Talk has absolutely no borders, regardless of where you are. You can always watch Spoon Talk or listen to the program. That's why we are across Liberia on several frequencies. We are live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We are live on Fabric 101.1 at Super 95.5 FM. We're also live on our partner radio stations across the country. Many thanks to Trust FM in Bome County that's always relaying the program. Thanks to Gibi FM in Kakata, my Gibi County. Many thanks to Trend Radio in Grand Creek County and a host of other radio stations across the country that are always relaying this program. We are live across the internet. Remember, Spoon has absolutely no borders. We're live on YouTube. Spoon Talk Live is the YouTube handle. Many thanks to our folks on Facebook who are always joining us from there. We're live on Fabric TV on Facebook. We're live on Super TV on Facebook. And of course, we're live on Spoon TV with over 500,000 followers on Facebook. So again, I want to say thanks for joining us tonight. Of course, we are here to bring you the news. And this edition of Spoon Talk is loaded. Just get glued to your radio. Encourage someone to listen with you. And you can also share the program, especially for those of you following online. Kindly share the show. Share it in all of your different platforms, in your different groups. Let's have a great conversation here tonight as I'll be here and playing my own role in the background, making sure that the production aspect is handled. And Mr. Dwell is already in studio. The CEO and the rest of the team will be coming on. And it's gonna be a great show tonight. This is one edition of Spoon Talk that you don't want to miss. All right. So again, welcome to the show. Welcome to Spoon Talk, and just keep sharing the program tonight. Um, I'm gonna see if I can bring Mr. Dwalu on. Okay, what's happening? Okay, so let me see if I can bring Mr. Dwalu on now. Okay,
Hey, Nelson, what's going on, brother?
yes, sir. I'm doing good, and
Yeah,
it's good to see you.
yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here to talk to our people. Welcome from across the country. Liberia matters. Liberia must be elevated. We all have to play our part. And Nelson said we plan on having a great show today. We expect you to join us, share the show. To my brother Momo T. Johnson, welcome, sir. Across this country, across this great country of ours, we just now have to push to make it even greater so we can leave a better Liberia for our children. But man, you come on board, let's share the show, let's talk Liberia. Nelson, what's out there? What's trending, man? I read the newspaper today, same old rice issue all across the country. Anything new?
Yeah, and I mean the rights issue has just been that thing that's been trending for days now.
Yep.
At a point, just before the rights issue came into the picture, it was about the no-go zone, the enforcement, the
Hmm.
restrictions from the police with the motorcyclists. I see it's still going on very fine, Mr. Dwalu.
Yeah.
The checkpoints are still erected,
Yeah.
and I see the police officers are still doing their thing, trying to restrict the movement of motorcyclists. There are some who are trying to adhere to this new this restriction or what have you. They're getting their protective gears, or let me say safety gears, and some of them are still trying to, they're still dragging their feet when it comes to getting the 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 registration, the driver's license, the insurance, and all of those things, because it'll cost them some money. And yes, this is one time in our country when we'll be talking about we'll be talking about um, a motorcyclist having a driver's license. We've had it on the book for vehicle operators to have an operator's license. But again, yes, this is one time when we're seeing this thing becoming a reality. And of course, with the enforcement out there, the motorcyclists, the operators now are constrained to go about and get those uh, requisite documents and all of that.
Well, let's hope so. I know the House of Representatives here in Liberia just summoned the Commerce Minister and the Agricultural Minister to go explain as to the development in the rice price. Hopefully, they can do some explanation. And then the legislature, you cannot just continue to summon. You got to find solution to this problem. You yourself have to be part of it. But I want to say this though, I'm a little taken aback with the police. I don't know if it's Patrick, not Patrick Sudu, but what's the guy Coleman? It's this new
Gregor, come on.
police progression where they have all these spikes across the city. I think Morovia alone have to have at least right now, I'm not exaggerating, for over 50 checkpoints across the city. So it's creating a bunch of congestion. I understand you're trying to restrict the motorcyclists, but you can just put these checkpoints literally everywhere. Every single 2 feet, there is a checkpoint. They have these spikes on the road, right? So God forbid your tire roll over it,
Mhm.
it's just gonna be gone. I don't know why they put these spikes all over the place. It doesn't make sense. It just narrow the road. But Nelson, man, before we go forward, let's recognize some of our people. Or if you have something to say,
Um, yeah, except that there are more updates. I think you saw this release from the Ministry of Commerce today.
Mhm.
Following the engagement that the president have been having with the rice importers.
Yep.
Yes, so the commerce minister previously announced to the public that there would have been a little adjustment in the price of rice
Correct.
based on what's prevailing on the international market. Well, the president said he doesn't buy the idea, so he's been engaging with the rice importers. And so the Ministry of Commerce today put up a release reassuring the public that there will be no shortage of rice on the market. and further increasing the price of rice is being in the midst of this speculation about the increase in the price of rice. And so they said, with regard to that, they're still engaging with the importers, and and they're cautioning the business people now to to do away with this whole thing about profiteering, where most business people would take advantage of the situation, increase the price, though what's happening on the international market has not it hasn't reached that point where it will start to have a trickle down effect. But yeah, some business people will jump the gun and start to exploit the situation. So there was a caution as well from the Ministry of Commerce to business people across the country with respect to profiteering.
Yeah, no, nothing. Let's be frank here. The Commerce Ministry or even the government of the Republic of Liberia has little leverage when it comes to enforcing these prices across the country.
Hmm.
Let's stop kidding ourselves and say, oh, business people should not be profiteering. But I want to speak to my president directly on this issue. Mr. President, this is a simple fix since we don't want to go farm. I want you to set up an agency, sir, and nationalize the rice importation to this country. Take it away from people. Let's build massive warehouses across this country. Set up an agency who's responsible directly for rice importation and distribution across this country. So the issue of rice can be put to a halt. Or better yet, we go to the farms and we invest heavily. Like I said, we have investors coming to the country on the 26th, and we're talking to the right people. We'll have some meeting. These guys are willing to invest close to $300 million into this country into rice production. It's going to be a private outfit. Hopefully, the right people get to listen. But in the immediate term, nationalize rice importation into the country. This can be done very quickly. The systems can be set up. We build the warehouses. We go ahead and we nationalize it. Take it from the hands of these of these people that are importing rice into the country. Use the additional profit and pump that money into agriculture, and agriculture itself can actually develop itself. You don't need to take money from the government coffers. There are sufficient profit in the rice importation in this country to be able to produce our own rice locally without the government spending a dime. Nationalize the rice importation. Once again, man, you're welcome to the show. Let me recognize a few people here. Mr. President, hopefully you take that advice. Let's create an agency that's just responsible to regulate rice importation and to make sure rice is in this country. It's an easy way to go. Other than that, we keep talking to this importer every few years. Every president will spend a bulk of their time. Do you realize that the Commerce Ministry, majority of the work that the Commerce Ministry does, I'll put it to 50%, has to do something with rice and its importation and its maintenance and its inventory. This is crazy. This is crazy. Lord Nelson, I see May Moore, welcome. Nan Gordon, Mr. Gordon, Prince Sano Bestman, Mr. Bestman, how you doing? Garmin Harris, Cyrus J. Williams Sr., welcome to the show. Lasini Kaba, Mr. Kaba, how are you doing? Kuka Watsi, hi Kuka, what's going on, Mama? Pearl Campbell, welcome to the show from across this country. I see Catherine Kumar Rai, Madam Rai, how are you doing? Welcome to the show. Over here, I see Samuel Bailey, Mr. Bailey, Amos Kai, P. Benu Campbell, Madam Campbell, how are you doing? Welcome to the show. E.O. White, Charles J.S. Young, Mr. Young, how are you doing? I see Sam Morris, Clarence Benson, Mavi, that went by very fast. I see Walter Twe, Mr. Twe, how are you doing? Welcome to the show. Fishtown Hospital, ER Heavyweight, how you doing out there in Fishtown? I see Robert K. A. Sa, Francis J. Hanna Sr., Apostle P. Morris Brown Sr., how are you doing, sir? I see Aaron F. Siafa, Yata Sumo, Mavi Zote, Mary Finayima, John DKE Gonglo, Mr. Gonglo, how are you doing? Anthony Dolo, David B. Emma Cize, Winfred T. Dubber, Nancy Walker, Saturday Yalato. I see Afonso Tokwa. Welcome to the show, sir. How are you doing? From across this great country, we have to talk Liberia. We have to breathe Liberia. But most importantly, we have to breathe life into Liberia so we can awaken the industrial spirit in all of us collectively so we can develop this country. All of us got work to do, folks. Let's do the work together. It is not just criticizing whoever is in power. Ourselves have to play our part, but the leadership of our country must actually lead for the people to follow. Once again, man, you're welcome to the show, Nelson.
Yeah, certainly. So I see you've welcomed the folks already. So we go into the lines. I think we should
Yeah.
go to the lines and take some calls. Let's hear from you now. Let's get your take on the different issues that are running through your minds. We want to open the lines, give you the opportunity to talk about those different issues that are of concern to you. And the number to call tonight is 0555-101075. That's the number, 0555-101075. You can call in tonight. Tell us what's on your mind. There's no limit to what you can talk about here. Just be safer in doing that. And express yourselves. Is it about health, education, sanitation? Is it about religion? Is it about politics? Just whatever. Talk about those issues that are running through your minds, those issues that are of concern to you tonight. So 0555-101075. We take the first call right here. Hello. Hello. How are you? Hello. Are you here? Okay. Too bad. We lost that person. So let's take this one. Hello. Your name and where you call
Hello,
from?
how you doing?
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
My name is Emmanuel Mark, and I'm calling from Pennsylvania, Philadelphia.
Go ahead, sir. Let's hear you.
My concern is something that having to do with the right issue.
Mhm.
You know, I got on Facebook and I heard people talking about political will and all of those things.
Mhm.
First of all, thank for the opportunity. I think Liberia. I will focus on Liberia, like Dwalo always said, and I will say that I think the white man leadership is much better than Liberia leadership. I would think.
Okay.
About political will. I do not consider this as a political will. I consider it as a weakness.
Thank you.
Political will is when hold on, please don't cut
Yeah,
me off.
no, I'm
Political
not
will
cutting
is
you off, but
when-
I just need you to, be succinct, straight to the point. There are
Okay,
lots of people
okay,
on
let me
the
go
line.
straight to the point. Let me just go straight to the point.
Yes,
This
sir.
rest issue should be solved. Liberian can produce their own rice. Our leader need to empower our local farmers and people are in the industry to grow our own food. We kill President Trump this building up to this time. We have not solved the problem yet. Our legislators know the problem. They know how to solve it. But because they are wicked, that's why they are not solving it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's go to the line and take this person from our local line. Hello, your name and where you come from. Okay, so let's see if we get this person coming through. Hello.
Yeah, good evening. How you doing?
Yeah, go ahead, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Mustafa Roger, and calling from Chiquito Fajo this night.
Go ahead.
What is on my mind got to do with this crisis of people taking rest that's going to be 1650, 1750 to 18 plus? And I'm saying to my president today on the media, because this is a hottest media in Liberia and the whole world. I say my own paper while I was fighting for another time. We get a lot of no force on the street. I want you to empower the security force, let it collect half of them. Even some be a force with a lot of crime, like lesser for people to be outside. Make a way, let the country them be open. Send the law because they want to support, they don't want to support the crisis, the particular crisis here. I want your name to be good until the old age can be over. Let the guys go up there. We're ready now for us to go back in the soil. Let's forget about importing rice, not
Thank you.
importing rice.
Thank
we
you.
want to go back to the soil. This is the only
Thank
way
you
the
very
government
much.
now need to be praised. On a serious note, Mr. President,
Thanks a
please
lot.
listen to the cry of the Liberian people. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you for your input. Hello. Okay, so let's take this person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from, sir.
Yeah, Nancy, this is Bob. I'm calling from the state of Iowa.
Let's hear you,
How
sir.
doing, Dualu? Listen, Dualu, you said it all.
You're sounding
Like
far
different.
away. I don't know what's happening.
You getting me now?
It's good.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay, Dualu, you said it all. The only thing we have to do in Liberia is just simple. It is. The Liberian government should empower the citizens, not
Okay.
the Lebanese and the Indians who's sitting right there every day. That's not their country. They are causing trouble in Liberia. Some of us are here. We have contact too to bring rice in Liberia. We have contact too to produce wild cocoa in Liberia and other varieties of crops. The only thing that we will not let is what inside for me. This is 21st century. They should stop it.
Thank you.
I saw some seditious lawmaker yesterday. None of them asked question. Which of you that have farm in this country? And nobody could answer. Let them go on the farm. Their parents got land.
Okay.
Let them do something there.
Thank you.
Instead of them sitting down there complaining, talking to Omen Bwaka, just inform us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Let's hold you there and take this person. Hello, your name and where you call from. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead. You're live on the show. Okay, so let's take this person.
Some local calls.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead quickly.
Yeah, this West issue has been around forever. The thing about it, we're so bent on what the West has told us over the years that we're not able to produce proper rice in Liberia, and we believe it so much that we have not done anything about it. We have rice breeders in Liberia. Ministry of Agriculture got documentations that they can look at or do research. What will it take for us to produce proper rice in Liberia? Let's go for it.
Thank you.
And stop listening to what the Western world is telling us that we can't do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see if we take this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from.
This is Emmanuel Dambulu calling from Saturday Market Farm.
You call from
I
where? Saturday
want
Market
to
Farm?
request if our Mr. President Bwaka, the common minister will fire. They have no negotiations of pronouncement. The right issue not issue to play with. You should keep new until they go through the discussion before you come with that discussion. The next thing, I'm so disappointed. Other one, right issue on top of agriculture. We can't make agriculture on the rest trouble can then say how many times the agriculture issue? We feel all these years we not talk about agriculture. Only one government can talk about agriculture. The thing I mean, the commerce minister need to be just listening. We need a lot of discussion about that. He undermined the whole process. When you make to nothing like what can reduce that program and come back to a normal level, it's very difficult. You should keep new. All about passing you the course. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Let's take another person here. Hello. Okay, we lost that person. This one. Okay, so we squeeze the final call in now. Hello, your name and where you call from.
Hello.
Yes, let's hear you.
I'm Annie Poyne calling from Panaji.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my input is we have been in this rice issue for a long time. President Bwaka, I would recommend that he open the rice market. Liberia can import rice. Then secondly, the Minister of Agriculture, the same thing that other countries are doing. Let Liberia go back to the source.
Thank you.
That's my contribution.
Thank you very much. So,
That's
welcome,
for me.
CEO. I think
welcome, Stanton. I think it's just a little more local calls. At least 5 more. So let's hear
5
from
more.
Yeah,
right?
local
Okay.
call mostly.
So let's
Yeah.
take another one. Okay, so we lost this one. Then we take this person. Hello.
Hey, Nelson.
Yes, sir. You're live on the show. Your name and where you call from.
Oh, wow. Okay, so my name is Wia Capel. I am the CEO of the National Safety Partnership of Liberia.
Okay, so what's on your mind? Let's hear you.
Well, it's just to say that we are still continuing our participation in the hashtag Commit to Act Week, which is about road safety across the world, being sponsored by the Global Alliance of NGOs for Road Safety. You know, like NASAPA is one of the 3 Liberian organizations that are the only members of that group.
Okay.
And today we had a wonderful meeting, media roundtable, which went well at the Corona Hotel with all of the big ministers of government in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's go back to the line and see if we take this person. Hello. Your name and where you call from? Go ahead, sir.
My name is Dennis Akoni from Lower Bone Country.
Lower Bone County. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
My
What's on your
brother,
mind?
the issue is long-term business. The only thing we need to do, the cost of legislature, all the budget they've been talking about, all the money they're getting, my brother, and they invest in the source, or else Liberia will keep making food. We know individual farmer can supply one first food. The only thing we will survive, the only way we will survive in the country, accept our legislature, try to do something when it comes to the food business. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. We take the third call. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead. Your name and where you call from?
Calling for Jakarta.
Go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
I only want to tell our papi, don't forget. APNC come.
Hmm.
The government used to order food from Dota, Tobota, the government. This is food from the people. You can't give your stomach to stranger.
Thank
Okay.
you.
To be practiced.
Thank you.
Let take it. So let it empty away.
Thank you.
Okay,
Let's
Thank
take
you.
the final call. Hello. Yes, your name and where you call from? Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. You're live. Let's hear you.
Okay, this is Brazil.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you, sir.
Oh, yeah, what's on my mind is, Amon Modar is a businessman, and I see no reason for which Omen George appointed him as comrade minister. The purpose of a businessman is to amass profit. So we will experience more of these things from Amin Buddha, because he will be in cahoots with the business community.
Okay.
How will you put up press release that has a propensity of
Okay. Thank you. I don't know. For some reason, there's a break in. Are you still on the line? Okay. So we take the final call here. Hello. Hello. Please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, yes, I see calling from the balance with the district number 11.
Okay.
I don't know who is Radu, but something he said, is he always saying that touched me.
Hmm.
Always let some people, but you also have solutions. Thank you very much, Radu, for that wise saying. You know, there are two people, there are two persons on our show, Mohammed, or starting all calling Mohammed and Radu. I also admire Conagretu by own. He has some
Okay.
military talks in his mouth. But Radu, that saying alone, summer, they also have solution. They
Thank
think simple. They make boy restriction to the 40 cents, so they have to transfer 11 40 cents. Diesel free on all rights is okay. That what taxpayer money. You don't force to collect some rights. Simple as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So that ends it for the calls. So I give it back to you, CEO
Yeah.
and Mr. Dwalu.
Mr. Stanton, welcome to the show, buddy. It's up to you.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you.
So, Stanton, one of the caller called, and the guy that spoke about the NGO, they had this meeting, and just for many or so, I want to say this: I am not against NGOs, but this thing about NGO weakens this country. We cannot continue to put our lot in the hands of people who do not have a vested interest in this country. I'm not discouraging what NGOs do, but we must be able to do this ourselves. Look, the expertise are here now, my people. You look in any discipline across the globe, Liberians are becoming experts in that field. We have to hone the skills here at home. The NGOs can come in, but the total reliance on NGOs will destroy this country, has destroyed this country. Something has to change. We have to focus on ourselves inward. and let's build us. Let's build us. Let's build this society. We are not a lot of people. We have a lot of resources. But yet and still, every time we are the cassava lead country, we're constantly begging. We are going to get nowhere if we do not change this and actually fix this country. If you don't want to govern, if you don't want to lead, get out of leadership position. And let the people who want to do this actually come and do this. This country has to change. In this decade, we can't continue to wait. We are sick of it. Stanton, welcome to the show, buddy.
Yeah, Eduardo. Thank you very much, my brother. Let me say, Eduardo, let's welcome everyone again. You have done it.
There you go.
You have done it. I want to say
You're
hi
muted.
to all of our many. I'm not muted though. Am I okay now?
He's not muted, but we cannot hear him.
Can you hear me, Nelson?
Yeah.
Are we good, Eduardo?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Get Eduardo the headset. Maybe it will be fine.
Yeah, you need the headset.
Go ahead.
Eduardo, are we good?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I think it was the headset.
Okay. All right. That's good. No, I was just agreeing with you, Eduardo. There's a lot of stuff happening in our country. But I'd like to welcome all of our many listeners. I mean, on Spoon Talk alone, we have 70,000 when Edwin Snow appeared. On Spoon Talk alone, we had a wonderful conversation with Senator Snow. Yesterday, we had about 50,000 or so. I mean, the numbers here and there, but we can make the case the Liberian people home and abroad, they follow us.
Yeah, heavily.
They follow us heavily, bigly. And I want to say, would not disappoint you.
Yeah, I agree.
You know me. You know Mr. Eduardo. Nobody feeding us. We're not begging for job.
Nope.
Country before friendship.
Always.
We're going to say it like we see it. The issue that is happening with this rice.
Yeah.
Can anybody in Liberia tell Joseph Yeman Bwaka about agriculture? Walu? Can anybody in Liberia tell President Bwaka that the country needs rice or the country will get in problem if you increase the rice price? He knows that. He understands it. Make no mistake, he served as vice president for 12 years. 12, 10 plus 2, 12 years. He was the president of the Senate for 12 years. He has seen the good, he has seen the bad, and he has seen the ugly. President Bwaka is 79 years old. He will be 80 years old this year. He lived in the years of Tuckman. If we want to be most recent, he lived in the years of Tauber. He lived in the years of Dole. He lived in the years of Amos Sawyer, Charles Stater, Ruth Perry, Wilton Sangawolo, Judy Bryan, and some of you remind me, maybe I'm forgetting about some of them. President Bwaka is not a baby. He's not. He's not Johnny Just Come. No, he's not. President Bwaka is not your ABC. When Madam Sally was looking around, she saw something in President Bwaka. And for 6 years, he sat as a former vice president. Thank you for saying David Kwamakwa. You're right. He sat as a former vice president observing everything under President Weah. The rest issue is not recent though. But he said not on my watch yesterday. He said there will be no rice increase. So here we are. I would do you say, I was so finished. So here we are, my people. Will this ever get solved? We're going to brush a little on this thing because we got Eric Eku coming in studio to talk about what is happening at the Ministry of Finance. And another thing happening at the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation under Mo Ali. Another story coming up we're discussing. I told you, I said Liberia before friendship. And the issue with the Central Bank of Liberia, all the report over almost $1 million, 2019, that was given out. We got a lot of story for you with documentation. I will not say anything on this show without showing you documentation. Invite your friends. Share the show. Bring in your family members. If you're just from work, grab your popcorn. It will be crazy tonight. You want to hear the story coming from Ministry of Finance. You want to hear it. But I will go back to this rest issue. And I can assure each and every Liberian with the surety, the guarantee, the words from President Bouaka, he will fix it. He will solve it. And you, Liberian, you will not be a refugees in your own country when it comes to rice. He have guarantee. He will fix it. He knows this rest issue is hanging on him. I can guarantee you. He will solve it that you making $100 a month, $150 a month, you will not have to suffer the bad of bad rice. You get 4 to 5 rice importers. They came up with their own design, their own analysis. Telling you, say we got to pay $15, $14, 60 cents to APM terminal. APM people come from different places to put burden on us. Do I say that the government fault? I agree. Unforeseen expenses, $30. Put different charges because they care less about you. So the president said, we're not happy. Give it time.
Senator.
I thought I would land on this one. I know you want to come in. This thing been happening since Charlie Quintan. Rest October, all of that. The rest issue on the Chastela, the rest issue on the Doe, the rest issue on the Madame Salik, the rest issue on the Joseph Bouaka. But President Joseph Yiba Bouaka say, it's stop with him. He will find a solution, he will fix it, and you will not be a beggar. Somebody said, look at Lebanese people controlling our stomach. It almost took tears from my eyes. And I can say this, I'm just limited to say small on the show today. Last night, the president didn't go to bed on his usual time. He was on the phone, calling this person, calling that person. And he have guaranteed the Liberian people that he will face this problem. Give it time. This one, I stand with President Bouaka. This one, I'm here to admonish you that solution has come. This one, that fire of force. They say by fire, by force. This one. Who's in charge? Who wearing the pants? Who's the captain? This one. The president has taken it personally because he knows what will happen. He's guaranteeing you, Liberians, that he will fix it. He must fix it. I go back to you, Eduardo. I'm not going to spend too much time on rest issue today. When I heard the words from President Bouaka and the phone calls that were made, I'm not listening to the 4 or 5 rest importers. No. I am not listening to ministers. No. We are holding President Bouaka to his words. And he has promised the Liberian people that not on his watch, he will solve this rest problem. and Liberia's stomach will not be in outsider hands. Why do I give it back to you?
Stanton,
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna say this. Look, we have hand readies on the ground. If you heard about the Armstrong Jabbas of the world,
I know
empower
Armstrong
these,
Jabba. He myself slept on the same
empower
bed.
these men.
I know him.
Empower these men and let them protect their country. Stanton, I'm gonna say this though. You ask a question about the overhead and all the charges that are being tagged onto Rice. Yes, the vaccine part though. Who owns those operations that are charging the overhead over Rice? It's the same very people. They layer the process with all kind of yama companies, and the company are charging Liberia. Let me say this though. For those of you who are biblical scholars, please, I'm not a biblical scholar, but I will say something. If you look to Romans, if you look to 2 Peter's, if you look at Galatians, they're telling you this. A man who allows something to control him, he becomes a slave of that very thing that controls him. We have become a slave to Rice because we allow Rice to control the decisions of this country. We allow the issue of Rice to control how we think in this country. We allow the issue of Rice to determine who become our leader and how we kill those leaders. And yet and still, we don't want to remove that shackle because somebody is benefiting. How can this entire society allow a certain group of people to benefit of the suffering of the Liberian people when we can mitigate these problems?
And again, like I said, Eduardo, we will come back on this issue. I know it's paining, it's killing you, it's killing me, it's killing Fadiga, it's killing Liberians, but we will hold President Bouaka. He has promised again, and he will personally address it. Not to third party, second party, no. He has taken this rest issue personally.
As he should.
This solution is not from Kami Model. This solution will not be coming from rest importer. This solution will be Joseph Bouaka's solution. This rest issue, Joseph Bouaka have promised again. If he solves anything in Liberia, Liberians will not put the stomach in the hands of foreigner to give them the staple food.
A great legacy if he does that. A great legacy.
Bouaka is saying to everybody, I'm not Joseph Yima Bouaka spokesperson, but when you tap into President Bouaka, you understand that certain things you don't play with. You understand that enough is enough when it comes to him. You can do your jaja here and there. He was on the phone. No chief of staff around him. No minister hanging around him. That's the Joseph Bouaka we wanted to see. And that's the Joseph Bouaka was in the campaign for. And that's the Joseph Bouaka the people voted for. He was being Joseph Bouaka, not being controlled. So the message for you, my fellow Liberians, he said he will solve it. He will solve it. And you can count on it. I'm not going to talk about, listen, I'm going to give it a few days, few weeks. That's something I know I cannot say. But Liberia will be surprised. Because we are having a change that you have never seen since Charlie Kintan when it comes to Rice and the president minute. You can put a blame on George Weah. You can put a blame on Madam Sade. You can put a blame. Enough is enough of the blame games. Let's find a solution. And that's what he's saying. Let's find a solution. Let's kick things into action. That's why he get up. He said, not on my watch. I tell you that nonsense. Not on my watch. I'm not going to agree. You cannot put rest presses up on the Liberian people that are dying of so many things. That's not what they elected me for. He's not talking that because he want to run 2029. No. He's not talking about tomorrow. No. He's talking about the fierce urgency of now when it comes to rest. Now. And he got a solution. So folks, sit back, relax. We here. And the president again have promised you. He's a solution maker when it comes to rest. Fadiga, welcome to the show. We have Eric Ekwa in the back. He's from the Dismays Procurement Director from the Finance Ministry. You're going to listen, Tuadu. I'm about to share some of the things I have in my possession. Things that happen at Finance Ministry. And we gave Eric the chance to speak. From there, we'll talk about Mo Ali Liberian Water and Sewer Corporation. You know, some smear campaign, people talking here and there. But what's really happening at Mo Ali Corporation? Maybe I will call him to clarify further. And we're talking about the CBL. You remember the president said go and audit Central Bank of Liberia, audit them?
Yep.
Yes, they carried on. A GSC had a full audit. And what they discovered, I hope you said it, the Prophet Key says it's about to put you in Jobo Jobo. Almost 1 million United States dollars. Was it done illegally? You will be the judge when we talk on that other story. So let's bring Eric on. While we're bringing Eric on, Al Fadiga, talk to us, my brother. Welcome to the show. Make it brief. We don't have enough time.
It won't be brief.
We don't have enough time because a lot of things happening today.
Like I said, I want to leave the rest. I wrote a piece on that rest business, and I think we know the solution. We know the problem. There is a solution. We just need to find one and choose one. But there's so many things happening in the country. Motorcyclists with helmet. Beautiful seeing people with helmet. I see a couple of people in compliance. I see a lot more people that are not in compliance, which is kind of disturbing. I do not understand this whole new ruling, what's going to happen, but it's a whole new thing. But our people need to start being law-abiding. It's something that need to go all the way around. Law enforcement officers, even the citizens. A few days ago, I was in the EL area, the red light era. It seemed like nobody on that side was adhering to it. When you pass the LRA building, moving all the way up on the highway there, nobody. In fact, I did a video, and everybody that I saw was not wearing it. So it seemed like when you want to come to the city, you wait. But then I kept wondering, are those people on the other side not vulnerable as well? I don't know, but there are a lot going on in the country. And that was the main thing that was on my mind that I just couldn't wrap my head around. Why is it that people find it so? And then the worst thing is, if you don't want to wear helmet, don't wear it. But helmet is no joke. It's like seatbelt.
So I get back to this, man. Let me have my business one. I will talk
let me say this. It's a public service. Stand on. The worst thing I can see is for someone to just set it on their head, their face cap, and something. Put it down. Scrap it. You don't put it there. You won't wear it. Just take it off. You know, it's there to protect you.
Check the chat room, guys. Check the chat room. I put the central bank information. Donald, you in the chat room, right?
Yes, I am, but I haven't been able to log on. But
can you send me just text me. Let me send it to you directly. I see that you've been.
Let me text you. Right.
Text me from that number you have. That special number that you can get.
If you have your Liberian number on WhatsApp, do it. That's what I had to do.
Yeah, it's on WhatsApp as well.
Yeah, just send it to me. Let me go ahead, folks. We're going to be bringing in Eric. I really want you to pay attention. There's a lot of documents. We'll take it step by step. We'll share the document, but what is in the chat room right now is the central bank information document, part of the audit report. Some of this information, Front Page Africa ran with the story. We're about to dig deeper now. We're about to show you bank records, communications. Okay, we'll do this after Eric. So Nelson, can you bring Eric on the show? Let's listen to him. Let's talk to him. Let's listen to him. Let's talk to him. And Liberian people want to see Eric. They want to listen to Eric. What's going on at the finance ministry now? Burma Kamara is not too well. Okay, I don't know who those folks the allegations on. For Eric Ekwa, I think I pronounced that right. I mean, am I pronouncing that right, Eric?
Yeah, I'm Akwe. Akwe.
Eric
Akwe.
I mean that one name.
Akwe, the Ghana name, right?
No.
No, for Lofa.
For Lofa.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't know, but welcome to Spoon Talk, Eric. How you doing?
Thank you very much for affording me the opportunity. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. It looked like my computer or the Spoon Network studio. You kind of too dark, but we managed for you. You dark like my brother Duadu. So it's okay. Like everybody in Liberia get dark. I don't know why. Even look how Fadiga that was shining, he dark too.
Elton Vallo, welcome to the show, brother.
Eric, welcome to the show. It's good to have you. We have a lot of document. I know we have invited the finance guys like Miguel. Sorry, I don't know his name too well, and the rest of them, but they will be joining us on another day. So today we gave you the time to tell the Liberian people why you got fired, why you got dismissed, why are you on Spoon tonight. Explain your story. We got so many documents we'll be sharing. And let's make this interesting. Welcome to Spoon Talk, sir.
Thank you very much. So again, I'm Eric B. Akwe from the Ministry of Finance. Let me say so, from the Ministry of Finance. I just got dismissed by Honorable Bill McGill Jones. As he said, I've been with the Ministry of Finance for the past 10 years. I'm a product of the Financial Management Training Program, the Intensive Procurement Training Program at the former Budget Bureau. I was employed 2013. I grew through the ranks and file at the Ministry of Finance from the position of procurement officer. I was promoted as procurement specialist, senior procurement specialist, assistant director before I became director. So I have the institutional knowledge. So I'm here to provide clarity. This is about our future. This is about my family, and this is about my children. So I was fired because I offer my expert opinion, and it was not accepted. So I'm also here to provide real evidence. I came with real evidence so that tomorrow we can clear the airway on Facebook so that people can have a clear understanding the reason for which I was fired.
Thank you very much, Eric. The rest of the guys will be joining us. You know, Duado is here, Fadiga is here, and we'll start the show. Dr. Richardson is working today. This is her summer to work, so she got a couple of days off. I do believe Glenda will be joining us, and Fatima. We're still wishing Aunt Jemima a speedy recovery. She's not well. But again, here we are. Let's hear your story, sir.
Okay, so I would like to start with the preparation of the budget management software. We procure a software service at the Ministry of Finance every budget year. That has to do with the preparation of the budget book before sending the budget book for printing. But shortly, I would like to give some historical facts on the printing of the budget book. This budget book was initially, the contract was initially given to a company called Amoscom. He was hired for a cost of 80,000. Later, he was hired for the maintenance service for 45,000. After a couple of time, due to the increment in other prices and due to the scope of the work, it was increased to 55,000. Not too far, around 2001, the government decided to change from budget year to budget year to calendar year. So the task was given to the entity. The entity was to do a 6 months budget from July to December and from January to December. So it's like turning the entire wheel, starting the process all over again. So at this time, the vendor charged the ministry 200,000+. We were able to negotiate and settled at the price of 180,000. 2002. In 2002, we decided to reduce the cost because normally we single source this vendor.
Did you say 2002 or 2022? Please make sure.
2022, 2021, the government changed from budget year to calendar year. So the following fiscal year, we were already in the calendar year. So we hired the service of this entity and for 180,000. I think I forwarded the documents. So CEO, can you please share the documents on the screen?
Yeah, we are uploading them. Just go ahead. We're uploading the documents.
Okay, so the value of the contract was 180,000. The following year, 2003, the value of the contract was 180,000. This year, which is 2024, we started the process and then we concluded with the vendor of 180,000. Prior to the transition, we met with the vendor, a whole team from the Ministry of Finance, and inclusive of the Director of Procurement, Eric, the Director of IT, and the Director of Budget. The Director of Budget is currently in the house, Johnson Williams, and the Director of IT and Javik Tape. So we had a conversation. We negotiated the price. The vendor charged 225,000. So we negotiated the price for 180,000. So after the transition, I met with the minister and tried to bring him up to speed on other activities within the ministry. So in my turnover note, we gave all necessary information on the ministry obligations and those entities that are obligated to the ministry. I also told him about the budget book issue, that it was urgent. It needs to be done before the printing of the budget book. So I presented all necessary documents, and then he requested to see and interact with the vendor, the service provider. So we called the service provider, and then I took him to the office. We had a conversation, and then I presented the documents. So we stopped at the same 180,000. I also forwarded the documents to you prior to the changes on the document that was to be sent to PPCC for 2024. I forwarded the copy. So it was concluded around the 18th, but it was concluded before that time. After we had the adjustment, after we had a meeting from the transition, it was concluded again. So I asked him to send a quotation because the quotation have already expired for the previous year. So the recent quotation was forwarded to you. No, I just sent it later this evening.
Okay, but I want you to talk about this because Fatiga were asking you. This is the February 8th, 180,000, right?
Yeah, February 9.
February 9.
Yes.
Is this the original? Talk to us on it, please.
Yeah, so this was the actual value that was sent from the quotation. So from the quotation on this memo is a direct representation of the vendor on what we negotiated on. So this figure you see here was to be sent to PPCC. Normally we are single source in the vendor. So for every single source or sole source, we require prior approval. That is no objection from PPCC. So this document was compiled and sent to the minister's office for signing, for his signature.
And who the minister, if you say the minister office, who are we talking about?
Honorable Bill McGill Jones.
Okay, thank you. Please, because we got so many ministers up there, so help us with name. Talk to us.
Yeah, so it was necessary that you ask that question. I want to make this disclaimer that this identical struggle is not with the entire ministry. It's not, the information is not with the entire ministry, is with Bill McGill Jones.
Okay.
Yeah, it's with Bill McGill Jones. So it's not the entire ministry. I see people on Facebook saying some things. It's non-political. I'm not part of any kind of political issue. I think this should be my first time discussing these things in studio. So, like I said, it's about our future, it's about my family, it's about my children, on what happened. So the documents there was to be sent to PPCC. So the documents compiler was the documents I just put up, the quotation, the procurement plan, and the vendor submission, including all of his compliance documents, to send to PPCC for approval because of the method that we use, which is the single source. So he when I took the documents, he refused to sign on grounds that I should say whether something is on it, why it's on it for him. So I said, no, this
Hold on one minute. No, hold on. Eric, take your time now, because I know it's your first time on radio. You have to make the people understand. This document, who prepared this document?
It was prepared by me.
Okay. Is that your job, to prepare this document?
Yes.
And after you prepare the document, you should take it to the minister, the deputy minister, correct?
His signature, yes.
And then you took it to him, then what did he say?
He tried to ask me, those kind of questions, whether there was something on it, whether we have a court on it, and we said no. So he asked me to increase the figure to 240,000. So my question to him was, what would be the justification for the 200,000? So I tried to beat him up to speed and telling him about the past history, how we even got to the 180,000. It was because of the changing of the budget year to calendar year. So he said it was an order and I should change the documents to 240,000.
So let's pause you there, because the guys have questions for you on that. It's very important that you're making some grave allegation here on, you say his name is Bill McGill?
Honorable Bill McGill Jones.
Bill McGill Jones. And folks, let's ask some questions. Yeah. Have you presented these kind of document for budget formation? Have you presented them to the former deputy minister before?
Yes.
How long have you been on this job?
For the past 10 years.
You've been working on the same position or within the ministry?
Well, within the ministry, I started in the ministry, like I said, from procurement officer, procurement specialist, senior procurement specialist, assistant director before becoming a director.
So then what happened when you prepared this document? You took it to this current deputy minister. He said, do not go in with 180,000. You should increase it.
Yeah, we should increase the figure.
Okay, I'll pause to give the rest of the guys a chance to ask. Duadu, let's come to you. You heard the first portion of this allegation, Duadu.
It's Quay. Thank you for coming into the studio. And I'll be frank with you, nothing is going to be personal. We are discussing Liberia as for one alum by Manton. Now, what would you say to a typical Liberian who says, when you made agenda, you thought you've been working to the plate, I think all you can be doing agenda, you want to talk because they don't fire you? How do you respond to that?
Say again.
The typical Liberian that is listening will ask you, everything you've been working to the play, that the team procurement can do. Even Transparency International, the United Nations say the most corrupt operation in Liberia is through procurement. And you've been there for 10 years, you don't talk, but we got to fire you now, you want to talk. How will you respond to that?
No, so normally in this kind of situation, we try to give our expert opinion, we give our advice that we can be able to justify. If it is not necessary, we tell you that it's not necessary. So that's just what I did. So if you see the process, the process went on from 240,000 to 220,000, later on 200,000. So my only backing was to tell the minister, you have to instruct me. Either you send me a mail or you write.
Mr. Quay, I don't want to interrupt you, sir. I'll ask the question again. You're not answering the question. You said you've been working as a procurement specialist, a deputy director, and now a director. So you are seasoned analyst in the procurement division. My question is very simple, sir. Ever since you've been working here, you don't talk because they don't fire you that time you're talking. How do you respond to that very question?
No, but I have not experienced such situation.
Oh, so before everything was okay.
Yeah, I've not experienced such situation.
Okay, so basically, the only reason why you're talking now is because you've gotten fired. Is that a fair conclusion to make?
No, it's not because of that. And like I said, I have not experienced such situation. So if I've taken my stand so many times in the ministry, and if for any reason, if Bill McGill Jones was going to listen and understand me, we wouldn't have reached this far.
Okay.
So we were going to maintain the 180,000 because we could not justify, and then we move forward.
Okay, I understand that. And just Liberian people, I want you to listen. What Mr. Akwe said is not false. Every single Liberian knows this when it comes to waiting inside for me before I can do the people's job. But Mr. Akwe, my second question will be my final question because we have the whole team here. This is straightforward to you. Procurement. Every international, every auditing organization in Liberia said procurement is the most corrupt operation in Liberia. Do you agree with that assessment or do you disagree?
That's the perception. That's the public
That
perception.
is not perception. This is reports from the GSC itself, from Transparency International, from the United Nations. There are reports. Every single corrupt dealing in this country comes from contracting, procurement, and almost everybody who works in procurement has a vehicle, has a massive home that is far beyond what they're making as a procurement officer. Can you say to the Liberian people that procurement is not corrupt?
No, I cannot stand and speak for everyone. I'm telling you that that's a perception. That's a perception of people.
Stanton.
I cannot speak for everyone.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Eduardo, for the question. And again, I'm going to say to you, Bill, did he just go to the back? Oh, he's here. Bill, Eric, I want to say to you, let's have this conversation. We will be hard on you because we want the Liberian people to understand the reason why you are here. It's nothing personal, okay? So I just want to go back to this paper and give you the chance to further explain. LDCC is listening. The government is listening to you. Folks, international folks, they are listening to you because the finance ministry to be the hub, the central point of all the Liberian people money, an instrument to move the money. You can talk about central bank, you can talk about whatever, no, but finance ministry control. And that's the problem. I'm sending all the documents to lawmakers right now as we speak. They are all asking for these documents. So I want to say again, let me give you the chance to please explain further why you think the Deputy Minister, Bill McGill, asked you to increase the amount from 180,000 to 240,000. Did he give you any reason?
There was no reason. He said he just gave me an order, so there was no reason to justify. And one of the things I became really skeptical. I just came from an investigation on the bus issue, but I don't want to jump to that. Answering a lot of questions on other things. We have to provide documents for every other thing before we concluded the bus case. Even though he later on said that I was guilty, and then he going to fire me, but we'll get into that later on.
Correct.
So we started this process from that level, 240,000, and then the argument became tense. So I decided to give him a space. Probably he will reconsider and say, "Okay, I will come back." I left the office. There's a situation that started since the 9th of February up to the 29th. So a week later or 2 weeks, he will call. I even went to him and said, the proposal that the guy sent, the proposal is not reflecting anything on 220,000. Their options were 180,000, 200,000, and 220,000. So I gave him the past history. I sent you the documents that in the past year they proposed 250,000, but we negotiated and paid 180,000. The other year they proposed 225,000. We paid 180,000. So this year we have already negotiated with them, and they sent me a quotation, a price quotation. So I have the email. In fact, I screenshotted from my email the copy that I sent you for this year and for the 180,000. So the documents that you see there was just the submission to send to PPCC for his signature. So the other document was attached so that I can send it. When I came back, and then he told me, since that is the case, then make it 220,000. since the quotation reflects 220,000. So I told him, so even with this, what would be the justification? So he said, we will use the time. I said, no, when we have a negotiation, we take everything into consideration, the QQPT. In order to get value for money, we take these things into consideration. So we have done all of that. The guys have presented their documents, and this is the documents. And we went back and forth. I have to leave the office. So until on the 19th, he brought the situation. On the 29th, he called me. It was on a Thursday. So I went at his office, and then he asked me, where's the documents? So I presented the documents to him with the same figure, the 180,000. He said, why you acting stubborn? Why you acting stubborn? So I said, Chief, I've told you that we don't have the justification. PPCC may have problem, and they will question us. So he said, okay, I will handle PPCC issue. So I said, okay, what you do, you can send me a mail or you write on the documents. So he already took the documents from me, and you know, like you see, and Sonny wrote on it that go and do this and bring it now for Sonny. So I kept that as an evidence, just in case the PPC query, I will refer to him. So it was on the 29th, on a Friday, on the 1st of March, when I went to the office, he said he could not talk to me. He don't want to see anybody. He was in that kind of mood, very emotional. I don't want to see anybody, and just like that. So I went back to the office. I left in the office until late day. I was called to do a ticket when the minister was traveling to Africa. So I did a ticket, and I spent a weekend. He didn't talk to me Friday, Saturday, Sunday until morning. I came to work, but I explained that hostile situation. So I was trying to be cool with him. Then the HR called me and told me that Bill said that we should suspend you. What happened? So I said, nothing. I said, we had a ticket issue, and he called me. He was like swearing to his mother. So I even wrote a text to the COS complaining him that this is a professional environment. You cannot call me and start saying that, look, if you can bring a ticket in 10 minutes, I swear to my mom who bought me, then my man, that woman, and all kinds of things. So I sent it the text to the COS that you have to cool my boss down. He acting too hard. I have that also. So that was how it started. And then later on, they called me for a letter that I was dismissed for a boss issue that was audited, concluded, and contract was signed, that he awaiting the boss to be delivered in June. So how can I be dismissed for that? I said, but we completed this. So I went to his office. So we have completed this audit. Why? Why are you saying that HR should dismiss me? He said you should suspend me. It was suspension first. So he said, oh, the audit link you to something on the boss. I said, link me because we have completed, and then a promissory note was signed by the vendor, and you signed. So how will you say link me to the audit? So can I see a copy? He said, no. I said, why? He said, he can't show a copy to me. So I'm setting a special committee. So you are going for a second audit. I'm setting a special committee that will investigate. So the first audit, the contract have already been signed, because we reached to the stage where we have to invite the vendor, because
can we not go into the boss issue yet? Okay. I know it's two thing over here. I don't want to complicate the story. So I will ask you, don't go into the boss issue. We have the boss issue document, and we would definitely ask the question, what become of that two bosses? But again, guys, let me come to you, Fadiga. Before, do you have the PPCC final document that was submitted to them?
Yep.
Can you just send it to me? I'm trying to find what you sent me, because you sent me a lot of documents, so I cannot just get. If you can, I will appreciate. On the PPCC final document I was sent, what was the amount on it sent from Bill McGill?
200,000.
And that's the amount you are But PPCC approved it though.
What I saw, PPC approved it. He still pulled the 200,000. So the figure there on the paper that he asked to increase, he increased it to 200,000 instead of the 180,000. In fact, a vast majority of the work have been reduced. The only reason why last year we maintained the 180,000 because the guys complained like it was like a pilot project. There was some other mistake that could come up. So probably we could not reduce the figure. I was pushing that the 180,000 be reduced because we increased it to that level because we are doing two separate budget report, the 6 months and the 12 months. And changing
so though you were pushing to keep it at 180 or reduce it, the deputy minister were asking to increase it. But the company had agreed to take the 180.
Yeah, I sent you the documents. The company sent me a mail on the 18th. They
send that to me again because the document you send, they are all over in my phone. I'm trying to bring them. Send that to me again. Send me the PPCC document. Let me bring in Fadika, Aisha Doe, Abula Mame, and Uncle Sam. This is getting interesting, folks.
So for 2024 budget year, I received the quotation prior to the transition. I received a quotation after the transition, after he was introduced. They sent me the quotation. It was based upon that quotation. I prepared that memo to send to PPCC.
And the amount was 180.
180,000.
So if PPCC, because I asked Fadika to come in, he's not talking, so let me talk. If PPCC agree on the 200,000, are you accusing the minister of getting kickback?
Sure.
How will he get a kickback?
If the vendor who charged with the responsibility to perform the service agree to perform the service at a certain cost, and you at the ministry, a minister increase the figure, obviously you get a kickback.
But why would PPCC agree?
PPCC getting a status letter.
So and that need to be. I think PPCC need to speak to that because my concern was we don't have extra work. We are using the same calendar year, so there is nothing major change. So we met with the vendor, like I said, we negotiated and we stopped at 180 and they submitted their quotation. I sent you the copy.
Did you send your document to PPCC that's saying this is what we should be paying this vendor?
Say?
Did you send any communication to PPCC? Telling PPCC that the vendor agreed to 180, but the minister sent in 200. So we have a problem.
No, the documents that went was 200,000. It was 200,000. So what happened after he did that, I received a suspension. I said I received a suspension on the 5th, on the 6th. The suspension letter, I sent you the suspension letter. Yeah. On the 6th, that he asked me to not touch or to not do business. Nobody should do business with me, including the internal auditor.
So you were cut off. So you were cut off.
Yeah.
You were cut off.
I was cut off. So every document
this getting interesting by the minute. Fadiga, are you with us, Fadiga?
I'm here. I'm listening to this going because I must say I got a lot of stuff. On the 5th, before you were released from your duty, there was an audit, right?
Yeah.
There was an audit.
Yeah, there was an audit.
All right. So I want you to walk us through the main point of contention highlighted in your detailed response. Did you respond to the audit? Because I'm told in a article that I read, you responded to the audit, right?
The first audit that was set up prior to his getting into contract with the vendor to receive the bus or the buses in June. I responded to the audit. I even responded to that audit on a condition because he refused to share the report with me. And then he sent me to a special team. I met with a person.
I just want you to tell your point of contention in that letter. Your response. What was your response? What was your point of contention doing that to that audit?
Okay, the main thing I was directed to my unit, to the procurement unit, was count 4 of the internal audit report. The report was incomplete. The report said that apparently Eric may have knew the bosses. If you go to count 4, they are finding count 4. Apparently, Eric may have knew.
This is, I beg you, Eric, I'm not cutting you off because I don't want to just put everything on our audience. This auditing linked with the bus issue. We'll come to it if I did. Can we talk about this issue first? We will address why he got us suspended, under the reason why you are asking the question about audit and the bus situation. Let's talk about this PPCC stuff.
Well, the PPCC stuff, I don't have a lot of questions about that, because the devil is in the detail, as you can see here. But with the money, the increasing of the money from 180,000 to 200,000 is kind of concerning. But like Dwalu said, there are a lot of things that have been normalized in this country, and in as much as we that still have our Western garment on, we will be frowning on it. These are things that are just normal. I say that here every day. These are like sneezing, like every day, a part of our daily life that people will ask you for kickback. Now that is a good thing, or we should condone it. So this is a new guy that just came in this administration. My concern here is, then the PPCC see the first 180,000. How were they able to approve the 200,000? So you as a procurement specialist now, under what condition would they accept such a change?
Yeah, I think they should be providing justification for that. But the documents can only reach PPCC when he signs. So the reason why they approve it, they should be providing justification.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Isidore.
For my second
question, brother.
No, you have asked the question. I want clarity on.
Yeah, but let me fast now.
It will help us on this thing. Walk us through that process. Walk us through the process from when it leaves the minister and get to PPCC. What are PPCC looking for? What are they looking for on that document in order to approve it or deny it?
So when the documents leave the minister office, we take the document straight to PPCC. So before it enters the minister office, all of the attachments are made. The first thing, like I said, we carry on the source method. We write the vendor, tell the vendor to do an assessment on our deliverables, all the work that we intend to do as a ministry, how the budget model should be structured, and do an assessment and charge the ministry. So the vendor will do an assessment and charge the ministry. So on our law and section 56, it gave us the free will to negotiate with the vendor in all categories. So the negotiation is not only about price, the negotiation is about time. That's why I talk about QQPT. It's about the quality of the service to be performed. It's about the quantity, if that goes. So you negotiate in all categories. So when you do the negotiation, you prepare a negotiation meeting minutes, and then the minister sign and the vendor sign. So those attachments are sent to the minister office, and he's supposed to sign all of those documents before you take it to PPCC. So all of those were done, sent to your office, reflecting the same figure. The reason why I didn't send you those documents, because it was not signed at the time, so it is invalid. So it left with him, it was not signed, and then he has to change the figure there. So all of these things can be done. Yeah.
Thank you, Eric. Eric is explaining the story here, and I just want us to take it easy for folks to understand. Even if we know the end to this story, let's just give him a chance to explain. I can guarantee you we'll talk about the bus issue. We'll ask Eric why he got suspended and then dismissed. But this first chapter, let's finish it. As it do.
Yeah, thank you. How you doing, Eric? Nice to have you here. Thank you for your service to the country. So just as a matter of full disclosure, I'm saying as a confirmation because I know there are folks on this network who were reached out to keep attacking you about boss issue. As a matter of fact, you may not want to respond. If you don't want to respond, it's always done. And when the story came about of this whole issue, some of us decided to do our own due diligence. So I spoke with over 7 persons from the Ministry of Finance. All of those I spoke with did not give me a good review of the young man, Bill Maggie or something. I don't know him. I personally had an experience. Most of them turned me to be arrogant, to be this, a lot of things that I didn't expect of the young man. As a matter of fact, I was in the office of the deputy speaker once. He entered and he spoke with us with his one finger. And I looked at him and I said, and what is...
Can we mute our phone, please, guys? Can we please?
So that alone told me a lot, because when you reach with your friends, there's a way you interact with them, not showing your one finger like you are the first person to be minister in this country. But I wanted to ask you on this issue of this matter. Since you've been procurement, you are the procurement man. You are the one with the vendor, with prices, with all of it. You are the procurement man. Has there been a time that you can recall when any minister proper, deputy, assistant, anybody ordered you to change a price from a quote from a vendor to some other price? Has there been any time you can recall?
No. So I've had the opportunity to work with Minister Amara, Dara Kodi, Edward Isse, and Joao Feka, and Jordan Sulonte, Minister Tue, and even Minister Boema Kamara. In fact, I was promoted by Minister Boema Kamara during his first regime. He was the one who promoted me prior to the past regime. So I have not had such a case before that the procurement committee may ask me. In fact, they've been pushing why the price is high. Then we be justifying why the price is high and why you are giving this cost. But to say, oh, increase the cost, no, I have not had that experience.
Well, it is sad. I know what you go through when you are this embarrassed. So, and my second question, I know we will come to that in details, but just to ask you now, I was a deputy minister myself. I have never known in government that a deputy minister has a power to suspend or dismiss anyone without the approval of the minister proper. Do you think you were fairly dismissed for the fact that someone who should not have no authority to dismiss anybody, although this is the rescue, they do things differently, but do you think it was a fair dismissal at all?
I think that is some of the reason why I'm here, to clear the air with documents, evidence. I'm here to do that, so that people can be convinced, even with the boss issue and with what we're discussing on the budget management software. So I've even provided the quotation of the vendor for this year, 2024. So the first thing, I don't know what I did because Bill is still having a report. I have not seen the report. So the legal guys are taking care of that. They have wrote the ministry. They're supposed to have a conference so that we can see the copy of the report. He has not shared the report and gave me a dismissal letter. As I speak to you, even now, I have not seen the report. So I think I was wrongfully dismissed.
Thank you. Let me bring in Uncle Sam, then I go to Amame, please. Dr. Bopler, welcome to the show. Uncle Sam?
Yeah, Eric, good afternoon, good evening. How are you? My guy, Ministry of Finance, Liberian Government Procurement, GSA, Minister of Commerce, let's just face it, my distinguished panelists, Liberia has been a cesspool of corruption since its inception in 1847. People were stealing food from the stores that the American Colonization Society put up at Providence Island, So, but I mean, I've been hearing you. What are you trying to accomplish by? Are you a whistleblower? What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Tell us. What would you like to see? You like to have a full throttle investigation by whom? Just give us your objective of coming public. That's my first question.
Okay. This is actually is not in line with our practice Like I said, I don't usually go on radio. I don't take part in political function, political gathering. I avoid these things. But I think I have to come that it serve as something for procurement practitioner. We are mostly constrained. We are constrained. We don't have a support. We don't have backing. I'm happy that this opportunity is given. Sometimes you may have the real fights, but you cannot be heard, and you go through punishment for something that you don't deserve. Yeah, something that is on you. So think about this. How even my parents is going to feel about this. How my children will feel about this when I'm going through a punishment that I don't deserve. So I have to do this. That this is what going on. This is what going on. The dismissal is not real. If he has any fights, any other issue, he can come with it. But you cannot carry on an audit and seize the document to yourself, because what I've experienced, I've worked on a lot of donors projects. Just for the information, I also serve as the procurement officer for the GREAT project. That is the governance reform accountability transformation. So normally when we execute these projects, an external auditor comes to conduct an audit. They give us their findings. We respond to the findings. Even sometimes the second time, sometimes the third time, those things that we cannot respond to, a part of their report. Then they flag it in their report. Under this condition, nothing was done. So I don't want to say, yeah, a whistleblower. I want to provide this clarity and this kind of opportunity be given so that people can justly express themselves. If I'm guilty, let me be punished because of that. If I'm wrong, let me be punished because of that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. There must be internal mechanism for aggrieved employees to go through the process to get relief or whatever. Did you exhaust? Did you write a letter to somebody? Did you complain to somebody? The hierarchy? What I mean, you're coming public. Is coming public your first instance of expressing this grievance? Have you exhausted the policy measures, the whatever structure is in place at the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning for wrongful dismissal? Have you exhausted that?
Yes, of course. Yes, I did that.
Did you give state on the letters of you exhausting those internal mechanisms that are available to you for a redress of grievances?
Yes. So I just want to throw light.
Okay. What's the first step in that? Who do you complain to when there's a human resource problem that you like wrongful dismissal? Who is your first point of contact? Who did you contact? That first person.
Okay, so before the wrongful dismissal.
No, but just give me the name of that first person.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. So
no, you can't come to that. I want a straightforward question. Who did you write to at the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning? Who is a person who is clothed with authority to adjudicate employee grievances when it comes to wrongful? Who did you send that letter to? Who is that person? It has to be a name attached to that person. Who was that person?
Okay, so I wrote all the deputies ministers, including the ministers. But what I want to say,
do you know
Uncle Sam, please give him a chance to answer. You can come back with another
but still, I'm not interested.
Uncle Sam, it's not about Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, he is not only speaking to you. He's speaking to thousands of folks out there. Give him a chance.
Arrest.
Thank you. Go ahead, Eric.
Arrest.
Okay, so prior to the wrongful dismissal, I was wrongfully suspended. I was suspended prior to the dismissal for a second investigation that he said linked me to a boss issue. So I should go for the investigation for 1 month. So I engaged the HR. The HR is aware. We have an integrity unit at the Ministry of Finance. So I engaged the integrity unit and they said they have no idea. The minister have not reached up to them. So normally when we have these grievances, they take it to the integrity unit. That was at the time, and Honorable Baoko was the head of the integrity unit. So I met the deputy. He said they have not reached anything up to him.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah.
Thank
And
you.
then,
Uncle Sam, you want to proceed? I think he called names and he answered.
No, I mean I'm done. I'm done with him.
Thank you very much, Mame.
Thank you very much.
Mame.
Yeah, brother Akwe. Got a few questions on the procurement process.
well,
Explain to Liberians listening to you, what's the procurement, what the role of the procurement committee in making decision for the procurement of services? My understanding is there is a committee and decisions on procurement related issues are made by the committee comprising of more than 2 or 3 persons. Before the PPCC can honor such procurement documentation, it has to receive approval from a procurement committee. So tell me the role of the procurement committee in the case. Where the procurement committee step aside and an individual get usurp the function and execute it on his or her own? Who are the members of the procurement committee? And what was the role of that committee in this process?
okay, so every other entity is required to have a procurement committee. At the Ministry of Finance, our procurement committee members comprises of 5 persons. Normally, there are 2 members that are statutory by law. You have the Minister of Finance, which is the head of the entity, and the financial controller. In the Ministry of Finance, we have 2 controllers. The controller and accounting general is Republic of Liberia. We have the internal controller. So by law, these 2 people, they are statutory members. All of the other ones can be appointed by the head of the entity. The head of the entity has the right under the law to destinate his rights to a destiny. So at the Ministry of Finance currently, Bill McGill Jones is the designated procurement committee chair. So at the beginning of the fiscal year, you do a communication to PPCC while submitting the plan, indicating the procurement committee members. So that was done. So he's the head of the procurement committee.
Who are the other members of the procurement committee?
Okay, so we have Honorable Bill McGill Jones. We have Ducle, Alhaji Ducle, which is the controller. Bill McGill Jones is the Deputy Minister for Administration. Then we have Honorable Dapu Zo, who is the Deputy Minister for Economic Management. We have Honorable Myers, who is the Deputy Minister for Fiscal Affairs.
Did the procurement committee approve the decision that went to PPCC that led to the money going to 200 or 100, 200,000?
Okay, so I want to explain that these things occur based on threshold. It's not everything that the procurement committee approved. So it has to do with the value. So when the value exceeds the threshold, then the procurement committee takes precedence. There are other things that will be done by the deputy minister, his destiny, depending on the threshold.
So in this case,
again, in this condition, it was the first procurement plan that was sent. So it's signed by 1 person. So this thing accompanies is before the ministry procurement plan. The preparation of the budget book is before the overall ministry procurement plan. So the procurement committee memo will be attached and every other thing sent. So it's signed by the head of the entity. It's not signed by everybody.
So my question, what I want you to do, just to tell me, because you get all the procurement committee members, what I want Liberians to know from you is, what was the role of the procurement committee in this case? Did they participate, or was it a one-man show? That's what I want to understand.
So that what I'm saying, at the procurement committee, these things are discussed. But at the beginning of the process, the procurement committee will be formulated, and then the head of the procurement committee sign all the communication. So in this case, it was the case. Yeah, in a
this
case,
case, my
yeah.
question to you is: in this case, did the procurement committee it does the decision, or it was a one-man show? That's why I want to know from you.
It was only Bill that signed the documents.
Okay, so in the case the procurement committee that one-man show. Good.
So he will have to explain to that, but it was only him that signed the documents.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My
Are
second
you done?
question.
Oh, all the other 1.5.
I mean, you were trying to
Oh,
explain. I
okay.
only
Go
wanted
ahead.
to know. Yeah, I only
Go
wanted to
ahead.
know whether it was a one-man show.
Yeah,
or
I think I
operation.
love this way to ask a question.
Yeah,
Go
whether
ahead.
it was a one-man show or it was a procurement committee show. That's what I wanted to understand. But he answered that it was a one-man show. It was not a procurement committee show. That's what I wanted to understand from my first question. The second question I was looking at, I want you to see whether you can confirm this for me. 2019, the cost of this service was 45,000. 2020, it was 55,000.
Can you send me that, man? Let me show you. I got a lot of stuff here. I don't know which one you're reading from. Please.
It's in the communication, it's in the press release that was issued by the ministry.
Okay.
It says 45,000 2019. 2020, 55,000. 2021, 180,000. I wanted to know from you first whether you are familiar with these numbers and whether they're true.
Yes. I'm familiar with those numbers. I said that from the beginning.
So my question is, and I've been concerned, really concerned. What additional service, because you were there at the time from 2019, 2020, 2021, this cost of this service increased from 45,000 to 180,000 in 3 years. That 300% increase in the price.
Okay, so probably at the time you was not around, but I explained that. So for the clarity, we at that year, the government was changing from budget year to calendar year. So we run in 6 months. We ran in 6 months. So the service provider was giving a tax to run in 6 months from July to December, and then run from January to December. So it's like they were starting the whole process over and changing the entire system. So that what make the cost to go to 180,000.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Starting now, yes, so we can ask Dr. Rudolph to come on.
Go ahead. I really want the clarity to be made on this stuff, so that
I really, because for me, I was concerned. Yes, I was concerned how it goes from 45 to 180, but it's good that you clarify it.
Dr. Bropley.
Dr. Bropley, are you okay?
I may get no internet.
I have a problem with that.
You're using rescue.
Mr. Dwalu, I have. Mr. Dwalu, let me ask you 2 questions real quick, then brother, you can come in. Eric, what's the problem here? Do you think McGill are you saying that he's involved in corruption?
That's a corrupt practice. That's a corrupt practice. But I think Honorable Bill want to have his will. He want to have his will. So he tried to create a situation. Look, other people are afraid to speak up in the ministry. Now, there are a lot of things going on. The arrogance, they are there. People are listening. In the ministry, it's completely different. People will not want to speak to that. But I think he want to have his will. What he want to be done should be done.
Have you sat with Boma Kamara, the minister proper?
No. I tried several times, but I was told that he was not well. So I even wrote a communication to him after the 1 month expired, that this is the situation that is unfolding. So I've been suspended with all costs. So I needed him to get involved, because Bill took one of his friends from another land ministry agency to come and be a head for the investigation team.
So Bill hired somebody from another agency?
For another agency, leaving all
What's
the
that person's
integrity.
name? What's the name of that individual?
Abraham Kezulu. That's it, the name of the guy, the full name of the guy. Abraham
Does he
Kezulu.
have the authority to hire at the Ministry of Finance?
He didn't hire him. He just brought him and to do a report, just against me. Just within that period from the 29th after that.
Do you think the individual met the approval of Boma Kamara?
I still doubting whether the
Let me
information.
run through this document very quick because folks want to see it. Can you talk to us briefly on each document? If you can, we have to move on because you send a lot of documents. And these documents, I know you don't mind. I'm sharing it with folks, so it will be out there. A lot of documents you send that is very, very relevant to this story. The allegation that Bill McGill is involved in massive corruption at the Ministry of Finance. This document maybe will substantiate. What is this?
Okay,
Eric.
this 250,000. This was just an evidence of the past year that the vendor quoted 250,000, but based on the negotiation, which year was this? This was 2022, and we paid 180,000. According justifying because of the time. If you look at it, say 3 to 4 months. So the negotiation capture everything. We are going to tell you when we want to submit the budget book and how much we can pay. This is
Okay.
also
So what is this?
okay. This is the current year. This is the quotation that I used to submit the communication for PPCC. This is the original quotation from the vendor for this year that he increased to 200,000.
So January 18, 2024, the vendor agreed to take
Yes.
180,000.
Yes, we concluded that.
No question.
That is
But
the
you are-
document. So I
Yeah,
brought
this is
up-
the document. That's why I'm showing it, and I want you to speak to it. But then, like Mr. Dwell was pressing you, the minister said we would give the vendor 200,000, and that was your argument. They agree on 180. You are giving them free 20,000 different. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct.
And it went through PPCC, and PPCC approved the 200,000.
Yes.
But you have a document that said the vendor had agreed to take 180,000.
Yes.
All right, so continue.
Okay, so even with this payment, like I said, other people that want to talk, Bill was driving this document through from office to office. These identical documents. But again, I was on suspension, so I could not react to anything.
What you mean he was driving this the performer invoices through? What you
For
mean?
the payment to go fast.
Oh wow. Okay. Dwadu, I'm almost done. You're coming, brother. What about this? Talk to us about this document.
Okay, this will be another thing that will come up to tell you that Bill have violated the entire procurement processes. He have violated.
How so? How so? I see you highlighting before you send it to me. Talk to me about.
Yeah, so those are qualification criteria because we have qualification criteria, both commercial qualification and specifications. So the highlighting items are this for antiviral licenses. We have antiviral licenses for qualified service provider. We have the crack version, those people who buy in bulk and spray on the machine. So
you're highlighting them to say that Bill just ignore all of them.
Yeah, this was and the contract was given to the same vendor.
Okay, let me ask you about this. Talk to me on this.
Okay, this is the purchase order for the 200,000. And the 120,000 you see reflecting is the US portion. That is the US portion for is 60%. We pay 60% US dollar and 40% LD. So the 120,000 is the 60% in United States dollar. The 40% is in LD at the rate of 192.0.
What about this? It's almost the same thing, different version here.
Yeah, there's the LD portion. That is the 40%.
This is the LD portion.
Yeah, so if you do the conversion, you get a 15 million.
Okay, let's talk about this.
Yeah, it's the ESET. There's the antivirus, but I will do a write-up.
You'll talk on it later. So let me bring in Mr. Duarte. Duarte, a lot of document, over maybe 30 something different kind of document here. And it's going back to how you think Bill going to get money? The money went to the vendor. Is the vendor Bill vendor? Is the vendor you've been dealing with before? How you think Bill receiving the kickback? PPCC approve it. You guys, the ministry paid, and it goes to the vendor. How would the vendor pay Bill?
I think Bill should be the one to better explain that. Bill should be the one explaining.
Are you also incriminating the vendors?
Definitely. I would say, do I incriminating him?
Are you also incriminating the vendors?
Yes.
It's real. I'm saying the real thing. That's just real.
I'll tell you, standards.
I'm telling you exactly what happened. I'm giving you information. I'm giving you the evidence. I'm giving you all the facts. Like I said, this is about my career, this is about my family, and this is about my children. So I'm giving you the real facts, the raw facts.
Mr. Duarte?
Thank you, Stanton. Mr. Eric, I mean, big ups to you for actually coming into the studio to talk about this. Personally, I want to thank you, and I do appreciate what you've done to come forward and talk on this. But I want to be straightforward with you, as always, sir. I'm going to ask you this. Given your explanation, you alluded to the fact that vendors sometimes take kickback, something everybody understands and knows in this country. You also spoke to your boss, who asked you what the inside for me. We all understand this. There are countless reports from many GSE and auditing firms that procurement in this country is one of the most corrupt operations in this country. The argument is forward. My question to you is directly. Over the last 10 years that you've worked in that position or in that entity or enclave of the procurement, can you say to the Liberian people that procurement in Liberia has been fair to them when it comes to how the money are given to vendors? Can you say it has been fair to the Liberian people without corruption?
Okay, fair may be relative. Fair may be relative in this process. Sometimes they're not overly charged because of the size of the market.
Let me rephrase the question. I don't want to. Okay, let's take out the word fair. Do you think Liberian people's money have been given to vendor where Liberian get fair quote, equal quote, or comparable quote for the services that are provided in Liberian without any kind of overages?
So for the Ministry of Finance, I think it's been better. So I can't speak to other non-ministry or agency because I don't work there. But for the Ministry of Finance, with our
I'm talking about procurement specifically, not the Ministry of Finance. I'm talking about procurement. Look, let me say the question this way. When something costs $5, does the Ministry of Finance pay just $5? Or there are other dealings along the line through the procurement where they pay $10, but the vendor actually get $5 and the other $5 disappear in thin air? Do you think that's rampant in the system, or everything is fair and is comparable to a country that's taking the issue of governance seriously?
So when things cost $5, we pay $5. So it's just of recent we are experiencing this from Bill McGill Jones. So when things is $5, we pay $5. When it's $10, we pay $10.
So the Liberian government does not pay over what something is supposed to be paid?
No.
So the accusation from all the auditing firms are all lies?
You asking?
I'm asking you because you're saying procurement has been in line. When something is $5, you only pay $5.
Yes.
There is no overages. There is no embedding of government money where then the officials from government go to the vendor and get kickbacks. That means when steel rock costs $5, you only pay $5. You don't make it $17 and then you eat the other one inside. That's what you telling the Liberian people.
Yeah, when it costs $5, we pay $5.
So procurement has been top level, top notch, according to you as director of procurement for the last 10 years. Everything has been perfect.
And the Ministry of Finance has been far better.
I'm not talking about far better. I'm talking about Liberian people money. Look,
No,
let me ask you a question.
I can't speak for the entire Liberia.
Okay, let me.
So
you're not speaking for the entire Liberia, Mr. Akwe. Let me rephrase the question.
Mm-hmm.
A typical procurement officer in your division makes approximately how much? This is public knowledge, but I want you to speak to that. How much do they make? A typical procurement officer, on average. It depends. I understand, but on average.
Okay, so we have different category, the positions.
I understand that.
Yeah, so we from staff assistant, because in the procurement unit everybody is important, even those that fire. So
Mr. Kako, we don't have a lot of time.
From 250 up.
Okay, 250 up.
From 250 to 2,000.
Okay, and most of the procurement officers in the country drive a vehicle that costs $20,000-$30,000. Now, let me ask you a question. How do you think they're purchasing these vehicles?
I can't speak to that, but I don't know who all have cars in my office. So I know of one person.
Mr. Akwe, what I'm trying to say here is, you know, I understand what you're trying to do, and Liberians should celebrate you for doing this. I love what you're doing, but let's not be naive. You would not have come here and made this statement if you were not fired. Is that a fair statement to make?
Say again. What's the question?
You're not going to come in the studio. I mean, if people are going to fire you, you're not going to come in the studio. Is that a fair statement to make?
If I was not fired, meaning I wouldn't have come here. I wouldn't have come here. I would have keep those evidence, because we don't do that. So what we do professionally as a procurement practitioner, we advise internally. We give our advice to our bosses. So like I said, coming here is like I'm constrained to do that. So I keep those evidence. If an external auditor comes and there's an issue, I will have to show those evidence. But most often, if you tell a minister that send me an email or sign, it is difficult for them to sign or send an email. So that was the last condition. That was the last order I expected Bill to say, go and do the 180,000. But he took the documents and signed.
Yeah. So the one I'm saying, I'll give it to you. The thing I'm saying to you now, if I want to fire you, I know you said this is for my family, this is for my children, and you know that other Liberian children and also the decision they're making in the procurement is affecting them negatively. Are you aware of this?
So I'm aware.
Okay, so because they fire you now, you can't also, then you're talking about, but they're going to fire you, it's going to be hush business as usual. Is that fair?
So the minister are going to be on record for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Duadu. It's important for us that the bill. I want us to go to the bus issue. Now, before we move there, let me ask you the question. Will you be, like, I think that where Uncle Sam was going, will you be testifying, explaining to the LDCC on this issue? Have they called you?
Yeah, we plan to do that. My legal team is handling that, even reaching up to CSA. We also do that, but like I said, we try to get the full documents. Bill McGill Jones has the report. He didn't share the report with us. I have no comments.
I'm not talking about the reason why you were dismissed. I'm talking about these allegations that you're attacking Bill McGill on. I don't know Bill McGill, never met him, have not spoken to him.
Yeah.
Do you have anything? Do you have anything to point to that Bill went into this maliciously with an intent? Do you have anything to say? Bill sent me a text message. Bill sent me an email. Bill said, what in it for me? Do you have anything on record?
I'm not getting the question. Please.
You said Bill said, what in it for me?
Yeah.
I mean, he said that verbally. Do you have anything on record that he asked you to increase the amount for him to get a kickback?
No, it was just a conversation that we had in his office.
Do you understand that once it is approved by PPCC, the company get the money? Can you show that Bill received a kickback? Or these are just the everyday thing. You think that he receiving kickback because he fought for the price to go to 200,000.
Yeah, but obviously, the service provider is telling you that pay this amount. You say no, you pay this amount to them. When the service provider have already agreed that this amount should be paid, I can perform the service for that, and this is an experienced service provider that have been doing such work for the past 6-7 years, and they tell you, say, I can work for this, then you say, increase the money to this amount, obviously.
Okay. So I will move on to the bus issue. The reason why you were dismissed.
Before the bus center, I mean,
Yes,
I get like wrap
No, I
up.
mean, Fatiga want to talk about bus. I want to go to him, but go
Yeah, I
ahead, my
wanted
man.
to
Go ahead, my man, and we'll bring
I mean,
Fatiga in.
I get wrap up comment on the issue that I want to make. It is clear that 20,000 was added to the amount. It is clear that the procurement director, at least from his conversation, was against the adding of 20,000, at least from what he explained here. What I'm seeing passing through the procurement director's explanation is that he tries to present a picture of a one-man show at the ministry, which for me, I can easily accept until we can wait and verify the information we're receiving. Procurement fraud in the country is not a one-man thing. It's a group of people working together to do it, or a group of people working together not to do it. We have received information of all the people he listed on the procurement committee that they are aware of this transaction. They participated in procurement meeting. There are minutes to show that they endorsed the decision. I'm not saying the decision is right. I'm not saying it is right. I'm only saying his intention to not speak to the procurement committee, but speak to an individual and exclude the committee, which could be a part of this entire syndicate. If it is an syndicate, it suggests that there is a motive under his campaign. Because I asked him a simple question, and he said no committee that one man show. But we're getting information that yes, the committee met, yes, the committee agreed, yes, the committee endorsed the decision before the decision was communicated to PPCC. So when you're closing in your comments, I would really want you to clarify, to point to this, to speak to the role of the procurement committee in this identical instance.
Can you confirm that the committee met, like Mame is saying, Eric?
I yet to confirm that they met, because I was not in a procurement committee meeting. So it was like after the incident, I said it was the weekend, and Tuesday, Wednesday, I was suspended. So I was not there. I went Friday. Bill told me that he don't want to see anybody. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you. I don't want to talk to anybody. So I left the office.
Stanton, can I just ask one question? Just tie into this. It's actually more of a statement. Uncle Sam asked you some questions that you have to be around government for a long time to ask that question. In as much as that question may be, it may seem soft-handed, but I got his question because I too have seen similar situations. Especially when it comes to that question. In this country, you can easily get fired for doing the right thing than for doing the wrong thing. They will fire you. You that were blowing the whistle, you will easily get fired. They will chunk you away and throw away the key than someone that have done the wrong thing. I'm going to ask you that question again. I want you to think hard on this, because everything you do, you want an end result. I don't know what you hope to achieve from this, but based on what I know, you have shot yourself one bullet in the first leg by being here today. That one. The second thing here is, did you exhaust every internal mechanism before coming on here? I'm not saying you did the wrong thing, though. I'm not accusing you of anything, but I just want to buttress Uncle Sam's question that he asked. And Uncle Sam, if I'm right, that's where you were alluding to, right?
100%. I mean, there must be internal
I've got to know where this is heading.
Yeah.
And you know where this is heading. Did you say you couldn't get to Burma Camara? That didn't work. Are there any other chain of command or externally within government that you have gone to voice your concern?
So, like I said, I did that. I tried every other means, every other peaceful means. I met the HR. If the HR is listening to me, it's just hard. It's hard to say. The HR could not do anything. I met the integrity guys. In fact, the guys, I think he doesn't regard them because he said they have not even seen the documents. Nothing went to them. So I met legal. In fact, even when I went for what I was going for the audit. When I met legal, I met the team. They said, no, they said we should not give you a copy of the report. How can I be seconded to the audit? I cannot get a copy of the report. So I was constrained to take a lawyer. I even took a lawyer, and the lawyer insisted, the manner, in fact, the day for the meeting, it was adjourned because of the report. So the lawyer said, he said, right. So you have to give the report to him. That was how I even received the first report before we concluded on the bus issue. This second time, I have not seen the report. So I tried those means. So after the 1 month expired, I could not see the minister. I wrote the minister at the time we were on a spring meeting. I sent the documents. You have the communication, CEO. I wrote the minister and I wrote Bill and all the deputies that this is the situation. I can step forward. This is the situation that is going on. I need a redress. Apart from that, I walked to their offices. I met them.
I think you have answered the question. You followed the steps. You spoke to those that you needed to speak to. And we are here today, and Liberians going to listen.
And there was
to
no
you.
response, right? No response.
That's what he said.
I can show you the mail. I have the copy of the mail.
I don't know the status of Burma Camara then, but this is very concerning, my fellow Liberians. Everybody here, they are shocked. I really don't know. I'm not putting Bill McGill on this, but he will explain at the appropriate time. Eric is now turning into a whistleblower. He's saying exactly what he believes. If it is true that the Revert group of companies that prepared these documents for the budget agreed to take $180,000, why Bill pushed for 200 on the back of the Liberian people, 200,000. And that's what a lot of people shock, and that's what I think Bill McGill need to explain. We would take 180,000. The procurement director, Eric, is CSA. The people agree. Yes, the document chief. They would take the 180,000. We really want to know why Bill pushing for 200,000. Forget all the other stuff behind it. Let's just keep it simple. There must be the reason why he pushing for 200,000. There must be a reason why the government of Liberia should spend extra $20,000 on the people that have agreed to take 180,000. We want to say thank you for joining Spoon Talk tonight, Eric. We're going to flip this in real quick on the buses issue. Where is the Liberian people buses?
We were from the documents that were lastly signed between Bill McGill Jones and the supplier. We expect that the buses be here by June. But then there is something really serious about the buses. So if you just understand my link, and you will know that it's a serious witch hunt, because I have no link with the payment issue. The procurement process was done, and then the document was submitted. In fact, this was a project, like a donors project. They do not send a person to evaluate the CSA and the Ministry of Finance. It was a cross-ministry project. So they did an assessment, and they said that finance were more mature to use the fund than CSA, but the signatory was from both ministry. So they look at our setup in the procurement unit and our compliance processes, and they choose the Ministry of Finance. So
So
I
to
was
understand all of that, we don't have enough time. Where's the buses now?
they for what Bill signed, he expecting the buses in June.
So
But
Bill going to be receiving the buses.
yeah, the agreement is signed. I
What
sent
did
the
you
agreement from
do? What did you do to get fired?
Okay, that where the big question is. So I conducted the procurement process and forwarded the documents to the minister. Normally, when we complete the procurement processes, do the evaluation report, the procurement committee, someone asking about procurement committee. The procurement committee's members sign, we issue an award letter, we sign contract and put in the terms and conditions of the contracts. So this vendor was asking for an advance payment. So when I came, in fact, I wasn't here, I was in South Africa. When I came and met the contract at that stage, so in asking for advance payment, we advised the ministry that the vendor need to give a performance guarantee in the form of manager check or bank guarantee or insurance bond. So those conditions was incited into the contracts, and then the contract was signed between the vendor and the ministry. So the instruction on the documents, that the document was to be forwarded to CSA, to the project unit. At the time, and Darlington Smith, who is the Deputy Director General now, was the one in charge. So he was to review the documents. If it is okay for processing, he will write a memo and send the documents forward to the PFMU office for payment with all of the attachment in the boss folder. So the documents went to the PFMU office and they pay the entire money. Instead of paying 50% or instead of accepting the guarantee, the entire funds were paid. So procurement unit and PFMU has no connection. That's a project unit. So we're just executing for, we're just procuring for
So
the
they
project.
pay the entire money. Where's the buses?
Yeah, Sandro, will let me clarify
Let
something.
me finish it real quick. Hey,
No,
man, I
no,
beg you.
no, you know,
So-
wait, let's
so-
ask questions
so
too.
Eric,
Yeah.
he paid,
Yeah.
Eric, he paid,
Yeah,
Eric, he
please.
paid, they paid the entire money. Where is the buses, Eric?
That's a big question. So how did they pay the money with all a security and they didn't see the buses? That's a big question.
What do you,
So
what
then
was your plan? What did you do? I mean, what was your involvement?
So my involvement was to do the procurement process and complete and forward the documents forward for approval, which
And
I
that's
did.
it?
Yeah, that's it.
Any other money issue came through you?
Huh?
Any other money issue came through you?
No.
Did the bus ever arrive while you were there at the time?
No, the bus didn't arrive.
Okay, thank you. I said, go ahead quick now, mommy want to speak on this.
Yeah,
Let
no,
us-
but
let us-
ask. Don't be over me. What I do.
I said, go ahead. I said, go ahead.
So, you know, let's come to reality. Rest in peace, Moro. You can see on the show how people are fighting to defend something that they all die over.
I forget about people, but ask a question back.
Stand on,
You
you
forget
can't
about
be
this
chance. Hold on. You were here, people.
Already getting a chance back. Everybody asking pointed question. You coming to talk about people defending.
You can't teach me how to ask my question. Let me say my thing. Stand on, I will be quiet. People will talk the whole day. Let me have my thing. If you are the name Jefferson Koji, maybe he forgot to sunset the thing. You will see people vein scratching on this place. But no, we are cool. Our vein is scratching. So let me take my time. You don't teach me how to what I want to say.
Go ahead, man. Let me take my time.
You can see how difficult it is. Just when people talking, including me, look on our faces and see how we try our best to almost seem as if we want to persecute you. But come tomorrow and there be Eugene Number or Jefferson Koji, you will see sweat, you will see veins stretching. Oh, corruption, oh, bad. But no, it's not like that. I don't think our country will move forward. I don't think so. I think we should be ashamed at times when we scratch our vein and put our sweat down when we hear someone name, but when the other we asking, we acting like someone take around here.
They gotta
But,
get asked question.
you know, my brother, my two questions I ask you first. Let's be fair here. I think the bus business you were talking. Now I understand. The requesting department request. The process goes through procurement. Procurement will do their own, send it to the payment committee, payment department controlled by the PFMU that actually controls or project monies. But brother, my understanding that this bus issue was some either 2021 or 2022. I mean, you pay money 2022 and up to 2024, the bus not here. What sense does that make? Let's be fair here. You pay money for bus, even if the bus coming from heaven, it will reach Liberia. So from 2021, 2022, you pay money to a vendor. That's a year who can bring the bus. Then up to 2024, the bus now in Liberia, then it come in June. What happened when they were coming, the sea dry and no water for the ship to get on? Why really happened, bro? That be fair. What do you think?
Okay, so for the bus issue, the finance office should be able to speak to that. The reason why they pay the money, because we have the terms and conditions in the contracts. I forwarded the contracts. I have a hard copy. So like I said, I want to do a clear evidence to give documents evidence. So the conditions that are in the contract are very clear, that you need to do this before we give you this. You need to supply this before we pay this. So for which reason they pay, I think they should be liable, because
my brother, let me say, you are the procurement man, you're from the procurement department. If you do all of the procurement things, who requests for payment? Is it not your department? Who requests for payment? Say, yes, let's pay these people based on extra days. Is it your department?
The final request for payment was to come from CSA. So when I do the payment process, then I send to the DMA for approval. Request for approval. So the payment approval. So we indicate the vendor names, the quantity of what we're buying, the goods, the value, and and everything, and sent to the DMA. They approve it. Then it passes through our compliance process and sent to CSA. So CSA will do the compliance when it's okay. Like I said, I have all of the documents that I forward it and do a memo and send to PFMU office. So PFMU will also do their compliance and then pay in line with the contracts.
Okay. So now my second question is, again, I want us to be fair from both sides here. Although the bosses are not here yet, but from your explanation and from things I have seen myself, I am convinced that the Deputy Minister Bill McGill now had some form of investigation, and the vendor agreed that yes, we receive money. Why you have not delivered the bus yet, they explain all kind of cocoa story. But at the end of the day, they agreed to bring the bus or buses in June, from my understanding. So it means by June, 2 buses will be here. And those buses were paid for long time. So even if they are eating the money, the buses will come anyways. That will mean cancel out. Money eating, it comes to zero. So at the end of the day, why will Bill then still wants to suspend you or even dismiss you for something that will come? It will be here. It is not they say, oh no, we see the money, or no, we get no bus for you, but they agree. Okay. Why will you dismiss it?
All right, Eric, before you answer that, let me say something real quick, because we have about 30 more minutes to go. We got to talk about CBL and the Liberia Water and Soil. You're always welcome to come and spoon. I know there's more to this story, but the folks then from LCC that will be talking to you, the folks are watching. You have your lawyer already. You only share the very important things you can share your own spoon, which the allegation that you think Bill McGill maybe wanted some kickback, but every document you show, it was 180, it went to $200,000, and now PPCC approved it. That's a whole big wahala. Why would PPCC approve money, and that at least they should be saving money, but they're approving the 200,000? That's a big investigation. But I tell you, man, it takes everything in you to come on the show, Eric. I really appreciate you tonight. All right, we really got to go to CBL. We really got to go to the Liberia Water and Soil Corporation, which is a very big news too. And I don't want to spend the last. Just one question for you, Fadika, please.
Yeah, a very quick question. I want to know: are we talking about 2 separate cases here? Is this scene 180,000 related to this bus?
No.
No.
It's different. Two separate cases.
Thank you, Eric. Eric, thank you. Is there anything else you want to add before you leave us, my brother?
Okay. Thank you. I just want to clear the air again. Like I said initially, this is not Eric against the Ministry of Finance. This is Eric and clarifying against Bill McGill. Bill McGill attitude in the Ministry of Finance. So it's not the entire Ministry of Finance family. I also want to use this time to apologize to my professional friends around the world because I received communication that Bill even communicated with the bank, telling the bank that I have an integrity issues. So in fact, he stopped me from traveling on a bank project I was already paid for in Ghana because I run the project, the grades, and I'm giving training. I'm not being paid because of the issue about double dipping. So they provide support. So I was traveling and sending a text. I will be back the next morning, and he stopped me from going. I have those text messages that will come out with it later. So I want to apologize that this is not normal in the profession to come on the media, but I have to do it because my character is on the line. So I thank you very much.
Anytime, Eric. Anytime, and we want to say we're ready. You still got the ministry laptop, or have you turned it in?
Okay, that's one of the issues. So they asked for the laptop since day before yesterday. So I decided not to get in confrontation with Bill. So I called the administration guy. I have my personal documents after I removed them to pick up the laptop. Today I went to the building. Not today. I went to the building today with the laptop. When I went, I called the administration guy. I told him I'm also I will be to the building. Before I get to the office, he left his office. I went to HR. HR was not in office. I
So
called
you
him.
still got the laptop?
No, I gave it to them. But I get the laptop to legal. But then the legal guy called me. The legal man called me and told me that you have to come for the laptop because Bill is putting pressure behind me that I was not to hold the laptop. I said, why? So I have the paper that they signed for it and every other thing. So I called to the law firm and they said, if they don't want it, then take the guy for in trouble. I also heard that the guy from administration got suspended because he allowed me to take my personal information from the laptop. So if you talk to other people, you understand the arrogance.
Thank you very much, Eric.
Yeah.
Want to say thank you. You're always welcome, man. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. See you.
You're welcome, Eric. Again, we want to say thanks to Eric. The reason why we have to go, Mame, is because, we have this story with the CVL. Let's brush it quick. Something is breaking. Mame, bring us up to speed. I really want to hear Uncle Sam. Share this in the chat room. Uncle Sam, did you see it? It's in the chat room. The central bank portion, the order that was ordered by Joseph Yeman Boakai, has shared all those documents prior to this Eric document that I shared. So it's in the chat room. Folks, you can screenshot the document once they appear on our pages. Go ahead and share them. But I want you to pay key attention to the please pay key attention to the central bank. We'll not go deep into it, but we want to show you some very important share with you some of those important documents. Mame, bring up to speed. I'm going to put this up, Mame. I would like to start with you. What is this? Talk to us, Mame.
As part of the audit, the President Commission, we getting a lot of disturbing information. There is an account.
You said President, you're talking about President Boakai?
President Boakai.
Okay.
President Boakai. There is an account at the central bank that is named Central Bank Contribution. That account, if you want to establish and identify 75% of the corruption and misuse of resources from the central bank, just audit that account. Almost all the lawmakers receive payment from that account. almost all. This 4 payment you see, it's just small. So because it touch new money now, people talking. But for this, for this conversation, the bank transfer for Christmas 26 celebration, 250,000. Is it 250? I cannot put it up. July 24th, 2019. Liberia National Police, 200,000 central bank contribution for July 26. Ministry of State, 2019. That one I say for 300,000 bank contribution for July 26. National Security Agency, 80,000 security operation. National Security Agency, 150,000 central bank contribution for July 26 celebration. These 4 transactions start on just 4, all of many.
730,000.
730,000 total. From the central bank to this institution under what they call July 26 celebration. But it is more than just these 4 transactions. The account that is named at the central bank contribution, that account has been used as the source of taking money from the central bank and giving it to individuals and institutions. Lawmakers, opposition lawmaker, ruling lawmaker, rescue and not rescue, who were contesting in 2023. Authorities of the bank used that account to pay money to them. So that account is a source of corruption. But because somebody know that Numade PSC was involved with these transactions, so they highlighted the first 4. But Numade too is aware that beside these 4 transactions, there are several other transactions to ministers, to representatives in the name of district. Central bank contribution to District 8, Central bank contribution to District 9 went through that account. The audit is reviewing how the bank was misused for political purposes, how people undermine the institution for political purposes. The option now is with President Bouaka to decide what become of these people, not only at the central bank, but to other places, and how they benefited from all that happened, including these 4 transactions. That's the picture. The bank was used.
Before we put it out to Uncle Sam, come here real quick, Uncle Sam. You are saying this. I know we got other documents we'll be sharing on this story. Uncle Sam, what's your thought, Uncle Sam? This is the most recent, part of the most recent audit report.
So Stanton.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I did a lot of accounting courses, okay, at least minimum 12 credits in accounting, and I work in environment in terms of, financial services, and I work in my first degree is in banking, okay? I don't get excited when somebody starts to say, this is corruption, and they start attaching names to it, okay? I just don't. I mean, I'm sorry, okay? Because I like to see, the modicum of decency that is a constitutional guarantee that anybody is presumed innocent until proven guilty, right?
Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
You come out with a litany of payments, you come out with a litany and you attach a name, you call Humanity's name. I'm not excited. First of all, this is an audit report.
Humanity's name is not on this audit report.
What I'm saying, but my very good friend Mame called Humanity's name, right? So the thing is,
somebody you get a payment request.
Okay, so
yeah, after Uncle Sam.
Okay.
In an audit process, in an audit process, after the findings come up, the requisite individuals are called to provide an explanation, and that explanation is part of the audit report. So if there is a judicial process associated with that, there will be an explanation by the person who is accused or the entity who is accused. So what I'm saying is that just like everything the Unity Party government has been doing in terms of the asset recovery and all of the other knee-jerk actions, I'm not going to make any professional judgment on this matter until I see a comprehensive audit report and I see the consultation of the auditors with the named individuals in our report before I make a considered opinion. Because for now, all we're doing is speculation. All we're doing is basically, we don't know the circumstances under which these payments were made, under which authority, and what have you. So
come on, Uncle Sam. Come on.
Wait, just stop.
The charges on the surface appear serious, and we should be very cognizant of that. And so we should use whatever processes are there to the other process to ensure that whoever is responsible is responsible. But for now, to me, I'm not excited, and I'd like to see much more credible evidence on against named individuals. That's where I stand.
So let's establish something before I bring in Fadika and Azidu. Here we are, we're seeing 4 different kind of payment, July 24th, 2019. Folks, please take a picture of it because as you have to go on our page if you want it. To all of you that following us, July 23rd, 2019, August 16th, 2019, July 23rd, again, 2019, different form of payment, 200,000, 300,000, 80,000, 150,000, 730,000 total. They said during the audit, the most recent audit that President Bouakai asked them to do, we observed that without an approved policy, management made several material unsolicited payment to institution and individual in excess of approved. All right, that is incorrect. See table below for also solicited material payment. We just said it. Now, the next one, Uncle said, disbursement of funds not budget for may lead to, sorry, this is in red. I think it's uncontrolled spending and subsequent budget overrun. The last one, management should provide explanation. Uncle Sam, now that's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Management should provide explanation with supporting documentation for making these payments without budgetary allocation. Uncle Sam, that's exactly what you just said, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so let's hold you there. Let's come to the first check. We can read the first check. The first check was from Nathaniel Petrie, the third, I believe, executive governor.
Oh, yeah.
To Yemane Pearson, acting deputy governor for operation. You are hereby, I'm sorry, I got to go through my phone. I don't have glasses. I can read it. If any of you can read it, help me. Yes, I'm 49 years. So I refuse to use glasses.
You get it. You see, I don't use glasses, though.
And God bless you, Uncle Sam. But let me do it from Uncle Sam. Don't get me, man. Let me do it from here because we have to read it for those in radio land. But here we go. The first one, Uncle Sam. The saying it was written by how you call him, Nathaniel Petrie, and he said this, and he said that you are hereby by this communication authorized to make payment of US 80,000. So the following amount for special security operation regarding highly sensitive material affecting the CBL. Uncle Sam, explain this before we bring it, because you said you need communication. You said you want to know from who to who.
Okay, so then the management, according to the audit findings, they are to them provide justification. They are to provide justification. So Mr. Petrie and Madam Pearson and others involved with this transaction, they should respond. They are required to respond to the query from the audit report. So until we see their response, and until a finding is made within a judicial process that this disbursement was totally unauthorized, illegal, and broke certain laws within the country, I cannot make a judgment.
Real quick. You, Human Pearson, you think you're going to tell Mr. Governor, no, I cannot process this payment?
But it depends upon the nature of the sensitivity of the payment. So what if there, for example, there were some state security issues?
I'm asking you. I don't know the nature. You don't know the nature. But what say it was illegal? You think you might dare to say no?
No, but you cannot perform an illegal, illegal.
Is this sufficient enough for humanity to process the payment?
No, but I'm saying to you, if it was illegal, and Madam Pearson, she's a very intelligent woman, and I trust her judgment. If it was illegal, she would have said to the governor that this is illegal, illegal request.
Is this letter enough for her to process the document saying subject payment regarding extended security operation? Is this enough for her to carry on the order?
So Stanton, you don't know what comes, because Yimade is not stupid. So Yimade will not just see a piece of letter and she will not go to the governor.
Question.
No. Yeah. No. Okay. So there is something more to this, because
that's what I'm saying. She asked more question, right?
Of course, she had to ask more question. Okay. She had to ask more question. She had to.
Okay, thank you. Let me bring it up Fadiga. Fadiga, the same thing though. We have 4 different checks. Let me just roll them all, then we can talk. Fadiga, you can come in, because now we know where the check coming from. We know with the instruction. And then, like Uncle Sam said, well, maybe we have other documents back there that we have not seen. Check number 2, in the amount of 300,000 payment regarding CBL Communication July 26th celebration. Again, from that Patriot to Madam Pearson. Payment number 3, payment regarding CBL Communication July 26th celebration.
But repayment number 2 is not, you just draw away that.
No, I just did though. And that's the same line.
300,000.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Read it, my man. Read it for me, please.
July 24th, 2019. You are hereby. You are by this communication. You are by this communication authorized to make payment of $300,000 to the Ministry of State as the bank contribution for the July 26th celebration.
Oh, this one was the bank contribution?
Yes, to the Ministry of State for July 26th celebration.
So the bank gets special money for the contribution?
I will tell you the meeting. Y'all finish talking. We'll come into the meeting, sir.
No. I said, don't wake up now. I wanted to say something, and thank God have my left. I wanted to go in crew and call something an ugly word. Go ahead, Fadiga.
Stanton, we've been here for years, the last 6 years, questioning. I've always said this. I say we would not know to what extent those guys looted this country and damaged this country until they leave power. They dig hole, cover hole, now the hole is open. Historically, NSA has been a place to fund the money. No question asked. That is why it is difficult to audit the NSA. We see how the money get diverted to NSA. Bank control contribution for July 26, 150,000 NSA. Then they got another 80,000. But the one that is most shocking is the 300,000. These institutions, and the thing is, there was no budgetary allotment, there was no explanation. This is how reckless the last government was. The emperor just needed to snap his finger and they provided money. Where in a nation, a responsible nation, that you can get disbursed 700,000 of our money when our people were suffering? No money, nothing. And the central bank just dished out money to institutions with there was no budget for it. There was no explanation. They just gave 300,000 to the Ministry of State after we have given him extra money, giving his wife another 1.5 million, all the other money. And we just jump again 300,000. We say, take it. I'll give it to Fina, your disbursement for July 26th celebration. Then they got 200,000 to Liberian National Police. For what? They have the budget though. They had the budget. Who get it 200,000. This is how they get the key back. Uncle Sam, you know it. You're saying all you need for them to be convicted, try, and all those things. When it walk like a duck, quack like a duck, chances are it is a duck. This is highway robbery. They looked at the country for 6 years. And this, look, the revelation, this is just the beginning, Stanton. So I'm in shock. And the more we get shocked, at some point I'll be immune to getting shocked. We'll just sit down and I will say that egg you. That egg you. It's just one of the egg you we are witnessing. This has become, I don't know, and this is just in your bank. What if we start going to the finance ministry, start going to the different ministry? Look, in fact, I won't even open that other can on Stanton, but I'll give it back to you. I'm shocked.
I say come in place, I say.
So, Stanton, like you were calling me, I was waiting for my turn, and I hope I will enjoy my turn. You can now see Vince stretching. We just from discussing Ministry of Finance corruption. People were acting like chick. Right now, you can see the Vince. You can see the hypocrite. You can see the Vince yelling, corruption, corruption. They steal the money. They steal the money. You can see it right now. That's where you know when people are truly in for this country. You can just see it. So let's go to the real things that happen apart from the plenty talking without having a clue on what happens. The first thing here we need to be fair on is we all saw the reporting from Front Page Africa. There were mistakes and errors in the reporting. Front Page Africa said Nimande Pearson was the head of the entity. We all first can agree that is not correct. Governor Petrie was the head of the entity. That's number one. Number two, contributing to a national program. It is not in itself crime. We just had Mr. Grisby on orders of President Bakai ordering NASCOP to buy cars.
That's it.
We're talking the bought cars, NASCOP thing. They were not stretching here and there.
Yeah.
The third thing I want to be sure I clear off. It is unfortunate that in this time, an incomplete audit report will make its way to the public. How does audit work? The auditors have fundings. They share the fundings with the administration. The administration responds to the funding. There are some fundings that will be deleted because the administration will provide the proper clarity of things that the auditors may have missed. If you look at this draft audit report, it says management should provide clarity. That means they have not gotten management's response yet. But we sitting here scratching Vin now. Because someone hears something from Joey Atton, so the Vin is running. But how it works? How does it work? In government, not every single expense is budgeted for. Thank God we got rescued there. We'll be asking them. I gave you a very clear example. While we're sitting here today, God forbid you see whole community catch on fire, they burn. You think government cannot help them? Government can help them. Did anybody anticipate that all the community will go on fire and they will put in the budget? No. Government can solicit contributions from entities. July 26th celebration are coming here. JMB will do it. We'll be right here. You will see. The only thing I will have problem with is if there was no need for the funds. Now, The report says central bank was making contribution to July 26th celebration, which this DNB government will do. Now, Ministry of State is usually the ministry that coordinates this kind of a program with the foreign ministry. So when people make a contribution, they will make contribution to the coordinating agency that then disburses the fund to all of the other
Man, time up, man. What's your time?
So I don't know. So we have to provide it. This is not you can't be open more, you talk, blah, blah. This is, we have to be sincere to these things. Please give me a few minutes because this is the reality. I am not saying no bad things happen. No, I don't know. I'm only saying the way it works in government. That's the way it works. If July 26th is coming and the government has some 200,000 budget, probably Ministry of State got only 10,000, they can form a committee, coordinating committee from ministries where other agencies and other entities can contribute towards that national program. If wrong thing happen, I'm not disputing the fact, I'm only saying we can't come up here when we just from discussing actual corruption with evidence, where people were just adding the small chicken out running.
But then people behavior on the show, man. Let's talk about the issue, man.
Now we come to something that, of course, we all know is not finalized, is not sincere, is not truthful. There's sweat coming down from people to call it corruption, to call it stealing money. Yimade Piercing. What Yimade Piercing is processing transaction approved.
Nobody, you see, that's your problem. Nobody have accused Yimade Piercing.
You can't just give. You
cannot do the talking.
But okay? People can talk.
Wash your time.
Why are you hating me so much?
Wash your time.
Why you hate me so much? Why you hate me? I was sitting down here, people were just opening their mouth talking. I was just shaking my head.
Man, you cannot speak something into the truth. The truth.
Why you? I will provide you in that room. You were enjoying life, so you.
Let me tell
you. Now, the ball you tell me for 50 hours. Part of nothing. You
no. So watch your time. Mommy have to talk for only 2 minutes. Watch your time.
I'm not that sure anybody enjoy yourself talking.
Santon.
Yeah.
When we come to this show to speak, to information available to us. Most of the time that we don't reveal for different reasons, and we do it on time. Now today we receive this one from Central Bank. You know that, Santon, right?
Not today.
Good. The reason I say that is, and I said here, nobody accused, nobody. In fact, I was putting up a scenario. I said, because people saw Yimade need attached to the 4 transactions, they're running with the 4 transaction, but there are many other transactions of this identical account at the central bank that is called central bank contributions. I said because 4 transactions associated with Yimade's name, people running with the transaction around, but there are hundreds of other transactions, including lawmakers, both from the rescue side and the CDC side, that benefited from this account. I said it here. But people will choose to say what they want to say. It's up to them. We are talking about a systematic loot of the central bank. Then you come here, you want to hide behind whether there's a process involved or whether government. The Ministry of State has a budget. That budget includes celebration of holidays. The ministry has a budget. The National Security Agency has a budget. But look at the most disturbing thing that you need to know about. Forget about the corruption. We can argue. When Senator Dillon and us argued that the government was running as a cartel, this is one of the evidence. You know what they did to the IMF? They entered into an IMF program and showed the IMF that the central bank will not be engaged in these kinds of payments, that the central bank will not be engaged in the terms of expenditures. They hear this account from the IMF. The IMF is not aware of the account until later. It brings credibility of the bank to the IMF. That is the big part that nobody talking about and nobody know. The IMF later realized that the government committed to them, enter into the IMF program under certain conditions, bypass those conditions, use the central bank to make payments, and hide the account from the IMF. That is the credibility issue, and that is why people said they were running a cartel. That's how cartel operates. They don't operate using the standard operating procedures. This account is hidden from the IMF. The IMF is not aware. And the IMF knew that the central bank is spending close to $1 million for 26 celebration. They wouldn't have entered into the IMF program because it's a precondition to enter into the program.
Mame, can I ask you one question? I usually don't ask you, please. I won't ask you.
No, let Mame finish. No, let Mame finish.
No, I won't ask him, Mame. That he
No,
don't
let
ask
Mame finish.
I can take your question as you go ahead.
Okay. So, can you explain to us how do you hide an account from IMF? Like, what's the possibility? How do you do it? How do you hide an account from IMF?
Oh, but anyway, it's simple. It's a simple process, and it's a routine, simple process.
How do you do it?
Hey, my man, why have you asked me now? Answering you.
Yeah, just how do you do it?
The IMF requests from you your bank accounts, your expenditures, and you present it to them. The IMF is not conducting audits. The IMF is conducting review. The IMF is conducting.
Let me answer your question. That's why I muted you. Let me finish. You still got the floor. Let me answer your question.
All right, my brother, go ahead and talk. Just talk. That fool is
you will still ask again. Hold on a minute.
Isaac, let me tell you something. Look on the top of your screen. You will see more than 3,000 people. You go to YouTube, you will see more than 5,000. Across the radio station in Liberia, more than 50,000 people listening. When I'm speaking on this show, I'm not speaking to you. I don't know whether you observe it. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to the thousands of Liberians that are listening in and out of Liberia. So you cut off the camera, you go, I'm not speaking to you. When you ask your question and I'm responding, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to the thousands and hundreds of thousands of Liberians that are listening.
Sano, you said about 2 minutes, though. My time not going to 5 minutes.
Interrupted the man question with question.
No, because I want him to talk. They just keep talking. You can hide come from IMF.
I said, just be quiet, small man.
So the way they
let me ask it though. So you said the IMF people will go to central bank and put a computer and start looking at all of the banking lines and information from the computer.
They do more than that, Stanton. They do more than that.
They even do more than
that. I want to know. I have never worked at the bank.
Can I explain how it works, Stanton?
Uncle Sam.
Any system.
How it works?
Let me just talk.
Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam.
Yes. Yeah.
I work. Unlike the both of you. Unlike the both of you. Who work probably in America doing tailor job. I work in the commercial.
I did tell a job in America. They're picking frisky.
Wait for me. Uncle Sam, wait for me.
No, but you call me a teller.
Yeah, but let me
the man said problem. The man said problem. The man said problem.
No.
The man said problem.
No, let Mame go ahead. No. Let Mame finish. Mame go ahead.
The man said problem.
Let Mame finish. Mame go ahead. Please.
We having conversation with brother. Stop blocking us. So they want to know how they can hire account. Today we really want to know how you can hire account for IMF. Please.
Unlike the both for you.
Okay.
Who work in America maybe as teller.
Okay.
I worked in Liberia commercial banking sector.
All right.
I rose to the position of manager for commercial banking.
Okay.
Besides that, I rose to the position of chief of staff to the managing director of one of the commercial banks and the president of the Liberia Banking Association.
All right.
I understand banking. Excuse me.
But get your chance now.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
No, we just having conversation.
No,
when we come on the show,
let him talk.
When we come on the show, we don't come to brag and talk about ourselves. The people that are listening to us, some of them 5-10 times above us. We realize that. That's why we keep saying what we're saying. But if you want to question me, I'm telling you, unlike you who work as teller. I work in Liberia banking sector, Liberia, not America.
I said don't work as teller in Wells Fargo's bank.
And rose to the
I work
position.
I work as the sweeper in the bank. Who are the ones sweeping when they
I
go
work in
nothing wrong with
Liberia
being a
banking
teller, man.
sector, Liberia
Nothing
banking
wrong with being a
sector.
teller.
That whole
I
thing.
work in
I'm not
Liberia
even
banking
teller. I'll
sector.
sweep up. Go ahead.
I work in Liberia banking sector, and I say different banking sector, Liberia banking sector. I
Okay.
rose to the rank of manager for commercial banking. I
All right.
rose to chief of staff of the managing director and president of the banking association. I
All right.
understand the banking sector. I know how banking, how accounts. I
So
know
how
how
do
the
they have
central
an
bank.
account for
I
IMF?
know if you want class, I can teach you separately, and I
Yes,
will do
teach
it
me
for
here.
you.
How
You
do
can
they
pay.
have an
Isaac,
account?
stop interrupting. Isaac, stop.
Yeah.
If you
Please,
want
ask the brother
lesson,
the brother teaching me. I beg you, be the brother
if you
No,
myself.
want
this is
lesson,
not a
I can teach you
classroom.
on the
This is a
side.
panel
Yeah,
show. It's
please,
not a
go ahead.
classroom.
How do
Exactly.
they have an account from IMF? I want you
That's
gotta
why I'm
know.
telling you.
Yeah,
Look,
how
you
do
want a class. If you want a class on banking in Liberia, I can do it for you separately.
Okay,
This should
so
not for me to
But
teach
I'm
how
you.
do
asking you
they
a question. How do they have the account?
But that's
how
what I'm
do they
explaining.
have an
Okay,
account?
Sam, let me come in. Let me come
How we
in.
gonna answer?
From a back end
My
perspective, okay,
my
you can cancel
Go ahead, Neil.
accounts that won't show. You can
Abba,
do it. If you
Abba.
control the system, you can do it same. It's easy to do.
But he
Okay, so
knows.
can I
So
speak now?
I'm asking, how do you have an account from IMF?
Okay, but
I'm
my
not
Just
man,
like
asking
you
Do
told
that.
them.
Shut up.
IMF is not. IMF is not auditing your system.
Okay,
IMF
great.
take reports from
All
you.
right.
IMF does audit your
Wait.
system.
They will find it.
Let me tell you. Okay, so let me explain to you now, Mame. Mame, first of all,
No,
Uncle
Uncle Sam.
Mame.
Uncle Sam.
Uncle
No,
Sam,
let
let
me
the man
finish
finish.
now.
No,
Because
Uncle
you
Sam, let the man
Yo.
finish. Let the man
Let me
finish.
finish.
Okay,
You're
okay,
keeping
finish.
it all your
Let me
time. Let the man finish.
Yeah,
The
go ahead,
the
man.
IMF conducts an audit or do a thorough review. The IMF will establish that you had an account, you did transactions that were in violation of the agreement between the IMF and the state. Most of the times, the IMF conducts review. Those reviews on their mission, sometimes it takes 3 days. You know about it. IMF mission in country is 3 days, 4 days. They are reporting from what you present to them. Based on the information, when they're not satisfied based on different trickles, that's when the commission audit to establish whether what you're presenting to them align with what they know. In this case of the central bank, I am telling you, the IMF later established that there were syndicates. The IMF later established that there were operations that were outside of the agreement with the IMF. That's why President Bouakai commissioned the audit, and the audit is reviewing that. It brings credibility issue. More than just corruption, it brings the bank into conflict with the IMF on the IMF program. That's why President Bouakai commissioned the audit.
Okay,
Thank
so
you, Mame.
let me respond. Okay, Mame, I don't know why you feel like insulting people all the time. First of all, my first undergraduate degree is in banking, Pace University. Then I got a diploma in international banking and economics from the American Institute of Banking. I worked for Bank of America. I worked for Chase Manhattan Bank.
As what? Bank of America as what?
No, it's important.
Bank of America as teller?
Chief teller.
Teller. I was
as what? Bank of America as what?
Credit analyst. A credit analyst.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Great. Okay, so Mame, go talk to Francis Dennis and go talk to James or John B.S. Davis. I did a lot of consultancy for LBDI. Okay, go ask him. Okay, then I was Minister of State for Economic and Financial Affairs, and before that, I worked in South Africa. Okay, with one of the largest investment banks over there. So we can't even talk about that. So, but let that get to the issue. Okay.
Thank you.
First
Thank
of
you.
all, Article 4 consultation that you never mentioned. That Article 4 consultation is a comprehensive report. The Central Bank of Liberia has external auditors. Are you aware of that? They have external auditors. The IMF combs through the external audit report. Just in case you didn't know that, Mame, Article 4 consultation, you never
But we
mentioned.
don't know that.
You be quiet now. You be quiet.
Yeah, but I was talking, you were talking to.
No, okay, but listen to me, okay?
I will listen to you. I will not talk, I will listen to
The
you.
Article 4 consultation, I want to see the latest Article 4 consultation where they mention that the central bank had a heading account. I want you to see it. Send it to me today. Nah. Let me see it. In the Article 4 consultation, I dare you. send Article 4 consultation where the IMF said that because the Article 4 consultation report is the IMF analysis of the fiscal and monetary circumstances of a country, because the government of Liberia has been in the extended credit facility program for most of the Jowiah administration. And you saw that. So go show me one Article 4 consultation report where it says the central bank hit accounts and the high-heading account. And show me one other report. External audit report.
It's not possible.
Where it said the central bank hit that the only challenge to you, Mame, that I want to say.
Thank you. Thank you,
All right,
Sam.
so let me say this record before I say come in. Folks, we have document that we need to discuss. I think we'll do that concerning the Liberian Water and Sewer Corporation, allegation that Managing Director Mo Ali misapply, how you call it? How you call this? Sourcing contract to a company. But we need to correct that. I hope we can leave from this central bank issue because the final report from the GSC is not in yet. We have more document to discuss with you, but just to get it right, Mo Ali awarded a contract, the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation, awarded a contract to a company, and the question was, did it meet the PPCC approval? We have that letter that it met PPCC approval. We have the letter, and the contract was for only 1 month. So we have all the document. We do not have time tonight to discuss it. I will ask you guys, please, let's do it more. What you think?
That sounds good.
Yeah. So let's do it more. And I have asked Mo Ali that I really want him to address this issue. And we got so many other stories. I promised Darius Dillon to call him, but I hope we can find him tomorrow. And also we want to announce if it is okay. We try to bring in Amara Corner on Sunday 101. We're still waiting for his reply. We have sent an invite to him, one-on-one with the CEO on Sunday, that he can be our guest. I want to say to every one of you, it's a wonderful show today. And I would just say thank you for coming back every day. This information we share on the show is for you to keep, and it's for your understanding. We know the hula-la, the wahala, the either way you call it about the risk situation in the country. The president has assured everyone that he's personally involved and he will handle it accordingly. But Liberia can rest assured, Asido can rest assured that he would not, his stomach will not be connected to any non-Liberian. Asido will be able to afford a back arrest under a price that Joshua left it. So if Joshua left the price, mommy, at $16.50 or $17, the president is assuring the nation that Asido will afford to buy a 25 kg under that price, as long as he's President Barker of the Republic of Liberia. Many times after this election, I beat on this government. But I can assure Liberian tonight, folks, we are not talking about Amin Modal, the Commerce Minister. We are not talking about any one individual, but the rest importer. This is on President Joseph Jima Boakai. And he's assuring the Liberian people, as long as he remains president of the Republic of Liberia, the rice price will not go up. He's fighting the system. So whatever the case may be, yes, it went up after the announcement was made by Amin. People think that they can hide the rice. Mommy, you know what I'm saying? They can increase it by 50 cents a dollar. It's okay. But he's still assuring everyone that this too, you're in Liberia, you will not pay for the back arrest past what Joshua left it. Remember, Joshua left the rest at $7.50. Right, Asido? Was it $7.50? Or $17.50 or $17?
$17.25 on average.
Yeah, $17.25 at where Joshua left it. But the president is telling you that you will not pass that amount. It will be below $17.25. And he will fight to make it lower than that. So let's end the show. At some point you must respect when Joseph Boakai is involved in something, he take it seriously. And this one,
Can I ask you a question, please? I beg you.
ask me.
Okay, so what has the president done now? Has he rolled back what Amin Modad did? Because Amin Modad did announce an increase in the price. So has the president now rolled it back and said this is null and void?
So you asked a good question, Uncle Sam. So there was a meeting head. You wasn't on the show. You were traveling, and you saw the picture on social media because you wrote about those. What you saw. The president wasn't happy, and he asked them to go back and reconvene. He's not going to be part of that bogus meeting. He's finding a solution. And all last night, the president was on the phone, working the phone, and getting involved personally. And today, Amin went to the executive mansion again. Amin had another meeting again with the rice importer. He went to the executive mansion. He spoke to the leaders in charge. He spoke to the president. And Amin came up with this. I don't know whether you have seen this.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yes, so Amin came up with this. Now, let's be fair with the Liberian people. When the announcement was made, those marketers and people out there immediately took the rice price up.
They increased the prices, yeah.
Okay, so I may have created a task force to go out there, but the rice importer have assured the government that we will not sell rice more than what we agree on, which is the $16.75. But you know what will happen on the black market? They have reassured the government we have enough rice supply on the market. Not that it will not finish though, not that people will not have it, but give this president a week or two and you'll see what will happen in the country. Give the president a month. He's aggressively working with individuals, working with farmers, working with the agriculture ministry, putting in place for a long-lasting goal, not the short term, not the deal cover. I hate to go back to George Manawea, Mambe, but now that you say you get the people 22 million, no, we're getting 11 million, then it comes to 8 million. No, the president is refusing to give 11 million subsidies to rice importers. I can tell you, he's refusing. Because that 11 million, give it to the farmer. Armstrong Java can produce rice. People willing to produce rice. Look at Asif Valle with all the great ideas. So President Weah is not going back to the bucket, man. He's not going back down that road. He's mad. He's angry. And he's the man for 40 years that if you talk agriculture, you talk bucket. So, Mr. Jackson, I hope I answer your question. It won't be easy.
And believe me, this is the kind of strength I want to see Joe Baraka show, right? And he did this. I mean, the only thing is like I fault Amin Modad for maybe not, consulting with the president, because rice is a political commodity, right? And who has direct impact on the president's political capital. So if you're going to make a decision on that, you should have intensive consultation with the president because it will affect his standing with the public. So the president did that, and I don't think he should go do anything against Amin Modad, but next time Amin Modad should learn that before he makes any kind of increase in the price of a sensitive commodity, there should be extensive consultation with the president before he does that. That's all. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we got some guys that I have not spoken. I beg you, ask you, let's get Ava to speak, and we can bring in our sister Glenn, and let's try to close the show. I want us to close on this rest issue because it is important, you know, and I think Amin is not sleeping. Trust me, as much as I beat on Amin on MedTech, I think he's doing his best somewhere, somehow, realizing that we fumbled this one. We fumbled, but the opposition didn't score a touchdown as a vibe. We fumble and we recover our fumble.
Exactly, the fumble and rabbi.
I want Liberian people to understand what they call fumble. If you play the American, we fumbled the ball. Right to the
let me explain it. If your knee don't hit the ground, if your knee don't hit the ground and the ball drops on your hand, I fumble.
Let me go.
I mean, I played American football before. I played American football.
Let me go.
Listen, and that was a mistake by the opposition. I mean, it's not an angel. the government still in the working process, right? We fumble. I mean, came out and said, we carry on, we fumble. But swiftly, they called the rice importer. And who called the rice importer? President Bouaka. He looked them in the eyes. He said, we will not increase, not on my watch. We fumble, but we had a leader to recover our fumble ball and to save the game. I want every Liberian to understand this. We fumble. Our quarterback, not the coach, not the owner, because the owner would be the president, but the quarterback, who is the commerce minister, fumbled the ball. But lastly, a game was designed, and we recovered our fumble ball.
Thank
and we
you.
saved the game. Talk to me, Ava.
Yes. Before I just get into this, I just want to say today was an exciting day for me. It was a happy day. My niece graduated with a master's in bioinformatics from Harvard Medical School. She's already a doctor there, a pulmonary care and a pulmonary care critical doctor, you know, who is really, really doing her thing, getting awards and stuff. So I'm excited. For coming on the show, I'm sorry I missed the first portion of the show because, you know, we go into different receptions and stuff. But just coming on the show, hearing Isaac Doe try to rationalize bad governance, ineffective governance, on bad planning, no focus on the future, it just deflated me. Isaac, July 26th has been happening how many years? Every year since independence. There is no excuse for any government to seek resources for the execution of July 26 activities from any other institution. It's something that should be planned for and budgeted every year. So that kind of rationale is just, I don't know, ludicrous. The second thing is nobody on this platform, I don't remember, justify what Grace Bay did. For you to sit there and make that accusation that we're not making noise about Grace Bay, Stanton was consistently fussing about Grace Bay. I did, regardless of the fact that I know him, that we have a relationship. It was wrong. That's not proper process. You can't use the people money like that. So for you to sit there and say anybody condone that kind of behavior, that's totally wrong. And you know, you need to find some kind of time to apologize for that kind of lie or wrong statement. Look, this rice thing, I think Liberians should step up. I think the whole diaspora fund we're talking about, let Amin give us an IPD. We can raise 10 million, 20 million, 30 million to import rice to Liberia. As Liberians, we can step into that market and own it. And that has to come with policy too, because hopefully Bouaka ain't giving no subsidy. Let him empower us. Look, our local rice can be grown and exported to attract foreign currency. We can also grow rice, because if we grow rice, it creates jobs. Every hectare of rice is like 1.8 to 2.6 jobs that can be created. Okay? So rice production is job creation. And we got to sensitize our people on the quality of our rice, the ingredients of our rice, and how our brown rice, our red rice is good for high blood pressure, it's good for diabetes, and good for several other things. It's nutritious. So for us to sit in this country year over year, and we'll cry. All the people who want to be involved in agriculture, they say it to our people that we don't have how long Armstrong Jabba been crying to get some support. The other rice producers in the country. Okay, we can cut down on the input, and progressively we can target 10% this year, another 15% the next year. By the end of this term, we can be close to 65% local production on our market and limiting the imports we bring in the country. It's possible. But for right now, the immediacy of this thing, the urgency of this thing, President Bouaka need to talk to Amin Moda. Amin Moda need to talk to some of the people in the diaspora. We are able to raise the funds and get to that level. So I won't belabor this whole topic, but there are solutions that we as Liberians will have to own our problem, and we got to try to find solutions to it. So tomorrow I'll write an article on this whole rights things and this whole right problem and my concept of a solution. And I hope there will be buy-in, but it's possible. We have the ability to solve this problem. And then the one thing I want to say, before I close, the one thing I want to say, everything is trend-based. Same. You know, whatever impact on prices that has happened, it has not been the impact on rice that has come into the country yet. Okay? It's something that will be for the rice coming. So to immediately increase the price today, that's anticipatory. It's not realistic. The rice that are in the country now on the ground, they came in under a different standard or different pricing structure. And the Minister of Commerce should not allow an arbitrary increase of price like that. No, they got to regulate price. So those are the kind of things that we got to look at. Thank you, man. Rest business. I must say I want to go eat rest now.
Thank you very much. I will ask every one of us on the show not to eat rest for 7 days. As we pray that.
I like that suggestion. Let's try it. Let's not eat
No, I
rest.
can make it. I can make it. You talk for
Get it?
yourself. I can make it. I'll die.
That anticipatory is not
But unless-
the price
I tried the best with Abba. Glenny, man, Glenny, welcome to the show, though. Do your
Hello.
closing now. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Hello. It's good to be here. Hello to all of the viewers. Sending me text. I sent her on my knee again. You see, I ran away from money. That's okay. Anything Center won't say, I ain't talking. You get it?
But Glenny, the people came to look for money, you never show up.
Center, please
Yes,
leave me
ma'am.
alone. But anyway, I was listening as I
But
was
talk about
driving.
why you
home.
never show up, though? Why you
I
never
already
show
told
up?
you about that group.
You said it
When
privately,
they
but
first
say
started
openly.
the surfing group, I initiated a campaign on Facebook and we raised $1,700. I've already contributed the amount I was going to give them. We raised $1,700 Liberians, put the money together, and we gave them $1,700.
How much you add to that money? How much you added?
Whatever the Lord laid on my heart to add, I will add it. Go ask
Yeah,
her.
the Father offering. Go ahead.
No, but I was listening to the show coming in, and sorry I'm late, but just got home from work. I'm sorry I missed the first portion because I had some questions for the guy who was on. But also to the rice issue, since that's what we're on now. I think President Boyka's refusal to allow them to raise the price right now is strategic. I think that's the best thing to do. Even if they're in a monopoly, they have to understand also they can't just continue to. They can't be in a monopoly to the point where every time something happens, they increase the rice. Oh, we're gonna do this, and who is benefiting? So I think that was a great move. I'm sure Amin Madar will bounce back from it. I'm sure next time they will collaborate even more, even better, and ensure that everybody, the president himself, is involved, so that we don't have this 2 steps in decision making. Commerce minister saying one thing, and then the president has to come back and renege on it and say, no, we're not going to do this. I think there needs to be a lot more, better way of cohesiveness needs to be shown based on the decisions that they make. But I'm glad that the President Boyka stopped it for right now. So we'll see what happens next.
Thank you very much, guys. It was a wonderful show. Like always, we want to say thank you for following the spoon. Somebody just put in our. Yeah, we're finished.
Let me close.
No, we
Let
got
me
to close,
close.
Center.
Oh, but I told you guys close already.
No, we haven't
No,
closed.
I said let me close. You could have
Oh,
come
okay.
in.
Yes,
No,
sir.
no, no,
Let me
no.
close. We got to
Wait,
close. I'm
Uncle
going
Sam.
to dinner. I'm going to dinner. I need to make
Uncle Sam, wait. Uncle Sam, wait small. Like, I think whoever put this in the chat room that there's something unique. And that's what Mama was talking about. This came 2019, right? And thank you very much, Eugene Lane Nambe, when he was the information minister. This was 2019 May, when the George Vanawea government confirmed using donors' funds for purposes other than intended. The Minister of Information, Culture, Affairs, and Tourism, Mr. Lane Eugene Nambe, has admitted to media reports on the Liberian government unilaterally taking the Using Development Partners Fund held at the Central Bank of Liberia for purposes other than ones agreed on by both the donors and the Liberian government. This is very, very scary. This is shocking. The Liberian government
as well. What is shocking?
the Liberian government's official spokesperson stating that the funds will be replaced, however, failed to state when. When we talk this thing, as it do run around like chicken with our hair. You used the money.
2022 as well. Read it. 2022.
But this is apples and oranges. This is apples and
No,
oranges.
no. This is only oranges.
They run the same time.
No,
The
but yeah,
same
listen to
time.
me.
Apple oranges.
The same time, 2019.
Uncle Sam, can I finish?
I condemn that thing there. Go to the public record. I condemn it.
Everything you can condemn it, we gotta look for a record. Everything
Yeah,
they
but
can
around the
condemn.
same time,
Everything he's telling us in the time,
You
condemn
won't
it.
find a record for Steven. You won't find a record
Everything
for
you can
Steven
condemn.
Johnson.
Oh yeah,
I tell you, surface, there you
For
condemn.
Steven Johnson. Steven Johnson get a record for him.
I know, right?
I condemn it. I condemn it.
Everything
It was
you
wrong.
condemn.
Santo, can I close? I need to get on a call. So can I close here? I'm not sure.
Close
Yeah.
down your call. You don't have to close.
Let me
I
close,
know,
please.
right?
You don't have to close.
I'm not
I
sure.
said you don't have to close. Just go
I
on.
come in. No, I need to close. I am not sure
You
why
don't need
you
to. You don't need to.
No,
I'm
you
not
don't need
sure why you show what
I'm like,
purpose.
go on citizen call. You don't need to close.
No, let me
yeah,
close. Let
yeah,
me close.
yeah.
Don't censor my voice here.
Now, come on the show. Let's ask whether the Liberian people want yeah, ask the door closing.
Nobody
Yeah,
wants
before you call them, let me close. Then you call them later, please.
No.
So, again, I'm not sure the purpose of showing what you just showed. I, for one, will not appreciate or go along with government using donors' money for other purposes other than agreed. That was wrong during George Weah's term. That was wrong during President Sirleaf's term when President Boakai was vice president. They did it more than dozen times. It's been wrong, and I hope it does not repeat itself today. That was since 2019, 2020. This is 2024. I have no clue on why you're saying it. But just to go on our today's topic, I will end up by starting with what former President Weah said yesterday on his page. What's up? You can lie your way to power.
Well, you told President Weah to say that. You are the first that said that.
You
You are
can,
the first that said it. So you share with the president?
you can lie your way to.
You share with the president because we got tape on you saying this on the show.
Oh yeah, the president listens around. He knows the real truth. You can. So let me end now. You can
So
lie
you
your way
told the
to
president to say
power.
that. Are you
can
saying the
lie
president
your
doesn't
way-
know how to quote his own quote?
Yeah, yes. So you can lie your way to power. You cannot lie your way to governance. Whatever lie you want to tell when you are governing shows up in the market. There is no way you think your voice will affect the market on what people buying. Stanton, if I'm buying water for $5 and you say water at $2, what I am paying for that water is $5. There is no way your line will make a change. So let me state for the record, please, Stanton, you are not doing a disservice to the Liberian people because the Liberian people know exactly what it is like now. But you are doing a disservice to yourself, Stanton. President Boakai, I really wish the Pape success. You know, I always say I love the Pape. It's just that you can
But
take my
why
love.
the service I do to myself? Because the Papa say you were facing.
The service because I saw the love in your face, but you just not make it. You come here and say, oh, the Pape step up, the Pape bring the rest press. That is not true. Santo, you and I were on a call today, and I said, listen to radio.
Why is it not true? You call me
So
to
what
listen
is
to
that
OK
is,
FM.
As we are
I'm
speaking
not disputing.
tonight, as we are speaking right now,
Yes.
as you and I we are speaking, bag
Yes.
of rice 25 kg in Liberia is sold
Okay.
for the least $19. Again,
Did I say you were lying?
no, you just said the Papa spoke, the rest came down. And let me tell you,
No,
the first
don't
thing,
misquote me. I say, hold on now. I say, I do this better than you. No, I say, I beg you. Let me ask you for a few seconds because I do this better than you.
Okay.
Uncle Sam, didn't I say when Amin make that announcement, the rice price went up?
Yeah, it did.
And you said it's true?
Yeah.
Because Amin made the announcement, the West price went up, I say. But here's the issue. After that meeting and today's meeting, guess what happened?
What happened?
Joseph Boakai is very firm that rice price will not go up. It doesn't mean that it's not up.
So which one
And
now?
the
Is it
first statement- listen, yes. Joseph Boakai is working. Now you ask a question, calm down, we can eat a chance. President Boakai is working on everything. He's working on the phone. He's making phone calls around the globe to make sure that we can get a reasonable amount for the Liberian people to pay under that which your government left it. And that's what I said. I'm not saying that because RESPA will come that automatically now. No.
So Stanton,
the change.
Okay.
You can't change it.
Stanton, let me just close it.
I said we gotta go and lit. I beg you.
Man, if you go the step, they show the whole deal. Let me close back.
As though is coming to America he coming to America in the next 2 weeks. The first week of June. So now you don't will be in America. So he hustling for all his last money.
I'm going to tell you Belgium next week. I'll be in Belgium. So he
hustling for all his last.
I'm going in Belgium on behalf of Liberia. So you want?
No, you're going to your brother. Your brother is right there in Holland. You're going to your brother.
I'm telling you,
you go visit your older brother.
You just distract my whole thing. I want to say.
I'm distracted. You will be here next week, and that's the fact.
Well,
so
now you talk about it. I know my schedule. I'm going to tell you something. I will be in Belgium.
You're leaving the country next week, so enjoy your flight.
Next week. From Belgium,
you go see your brother in Europe. You go see your brother in Europe, so your brother will come into your wife Annie.
No.
Your wife Annie and your 2 children. I said, though, it's good talking to you, my brother. I fatigue you want close.
I was saying,
I have to go to bed. It's past my bedtime.
Don't mind, man. If I come here to America, you won't get half money.
You going to bed, man?
No, we gotta go to bed, my man. We gotta go to bed.
Yeah, go to bed, my man.
No, but let me do it after Uncle
So you
as we leave this show, Stanton will call me for the next 4 hours. You made me sleep. I go to bed 5 every day.
No, but on a serious note, the Asset Door government had a track record of misapplying.
Hey, they walk me talk. You will not stop him. Nah, I said not on the show.
They did it 2019. We beat them then. 2022, they just can't stop putting their hand in the cookie jar. Honestly, we have a lot more to be on view here as we audit each one of these ministries. There's more to be on view here, but the sad thing here is for folks that Asset Door and Uncle said, look, this guy looked at the country. I spoke to a gentleman to this center, and they asset recovery thing. Uncle President Boykai, Uncle Joe, our Keke, everything. I would say you this. Please do everything within your power to restore that asset recovery. You know, the news that I'm hearing about Claire Martin is not good at all. The news, the intelligence that I'm gathering about that gentleman is not good at all. I don't know whether he was vetted or how he was vetted before he took on that role, but honestly, the information I gather from my intelligence is not correct. Yeah. And on what is going on with the assets recovery team, I think it needs an overhaul. Look, this guy looted the country. I heard information about vehicles from Liberia sitting in Ghana. Over 30.
But I close out there and go, man. But you always talking on something that you're not part of this topic.
I said, don't get talk. You can't let me not talk.
I mean, I said, though, is our stepchild. We got to consider man.
Look the culture like this.
So we stepchildren.
I said, do the opposition child. We got to consider here, Uncle Sam.
No, I support the government. I support President Boykai.
We don't need your support. Keep your support.
No, you didn't miss support, man.
I'm too, as I say, I'm coming to UP. You here?
Hey, I finish so I can go.
You like
Let me end my team. I want to say something.
Go ahead, Uncle Sam.
I want to block Mame. Where he? I want to block Mame. Where he at?
Mame, go talk to him. Mame, go talk to his daughter.
Tell Mame, there's something in banking called UCP. Okay, Uniform Commercial Practices about trade finance. Man, the other man there. Mame, ain't you know of UCP? 500, 600.
That's in 1927 and 1927 accounting. And 1927.
No. Mama ain't no about letters of credit.
Sure.
Okay, trade finance.
Sure.
I was a trade finance officer at Chesman Harding
were
Bank. I wanted to
everything.
put a contributor to the university.
17-year-old man.
Everything. He was everything.
1980,
Go to
don't
make
send
money.
me
Go
to
to one
America.
of
Don't send me to America to be in the negotiation for the PL 480 rights. And I put the article there in the newspaper. You said that in the chat the other day. I was responsible for green shipments from the United States to the world. For green shipments, Continental Green, Cornell Rice and Sugar, all the major green companies. I held the account as a small ball. Okay? So please apologize to me for calling me a bank teller. I hold your phone, mommy. I beg you. Please apologize to me.
Uncle Sam, are you 70 years old? Or you gonna be 71?
They say he's 78.
I will be 71. I'll be 71.
Oh, 71.
You older than Reverend Martin, right?
Huh? I wanted a Reverend Martin by 2 years.
1 year, he will be 70.
No, he will only be 69 this year.
No, he gonna be no, he already
69. He was
because his birthday passed.
His birthday
passed. You're right, he's 69, so he will be 70 next year.
So you coming to the reunion this weekend? You coming from St. Patrick's?
I'm going to Denver tomorrow to my web family. They got a cannabis farm over there right outside of Denver. So
that marijuana you went smoke there weekend?
No, man. I was drinking tea. But so we came to Detroit because they got some business.
Yeah,
so we
man.
came to check on their business. So we're going to Denver in the morning.
You coming May after this, man? Yeah.
I'll do celebrate my birthday June 9. June 9.
Yeah. Uncle Sam and I have the medical pass to smoke weed. And no, seriously.
Look, it's when I had cancer, Stanton, they used to give me a tablet called Marinol. When I had cancer, they gave me a tablet called Marinol.
Let me say this very quick, Lenny. It is concerning that those that have the medical pass, right, the certificate to smoke weed and opium, they are now sending it to Liberia. And it's very, very an issue. It's a serious issue. Uncle Sam can walk in any junk. He can walk in anywhere and smoke weed. Because he got medical.
Come on, man. Come on, Stanton.
Right. Somebody told me that a Liberian woman told me that she saw Uncle Sam. She wanted to look for her husband because he got a medical pass. And Uncle Sam was sitting talking with a man, and they were smoking weed. And Uncle Sam told the woman, say, "Yeah, I know I'm from Spoon. Don't go tell the Spoon people then that you see me." Oh. That's right, Uncle Sam told the woman. Uncle Sam, you remember that, right?
Oh, God.
You remember when you said that?
Stanton,
you know what you said that?
Stanton will punish you. Stanton will punish you. Stanton will punish you.
Uncle Sam said, "Don't go tell the people on Spoon I was smoking weed. I doing it because I had cancer before." And the woman just shook her head. She laughed. She was a Liberian woman. So listen, in America, you get a medical pass.
Stanton, let me tell you, when I had cancer, they used to give me a pill called Marinol, right?
Marinol, yeah.
And you know, Glenn, you a nurse, you know what Marinol is, right? So when I found out that it was really marijuana, I just asked him to give me the medical cannabis.
We understand your action on this show. So ganja.
No, I don't smoke it after the show.
But that's why I was joking. Now I hear from him. He doesn't do it after the show.
Oh yeah, late in the night for me to go to sleep good.
But if I told me something before, but we can talk on the show. But let's see marijuana.
Put it in the chat, mommy. Put it.
So Uncle Sam, you'll be involved in selling weed in America?
No, my work family, they got a farm there in Boone, Colorado. So I'm gonna go check it out. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, folks. A good show, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We are expecting you to come to America in the next 2 weeks. I mean, your children here, but we'd love to have you.
June 9 is my birthday.
You'll be celebrating your birthday here with the family.
So I said, I'm born in June. I got me to my birthday.
Yeah, June 9. Yeah, go to August.
I got me to my birthday. I'm gonna be June 13. I'm teaching my birthday. I swear. I'm teaching it. I'm teaching it.
You see,
Uncle said the smoke on him, he don't smoke on now.
Uncle said, no disrespect. If no weed in Liberia, do you try the kush?
No, I can't do nothing in Liberia. I can't do nothing in Liberia. I got a tablet. I got a tablet. It's called Marinol. That with this.
So why you need it? You still have things.
You don't smoke
Yeah,
weed.
You don't have things anymore.
No. I have lymphedema. You know lymphedema?
For
Yeah,
your
I have
leg.
lymphedema.
Yeah, it's very painful,
But I
you know.
leave it in my, why you need it? Why you need Marinol though?
Because
you just smoke on the drug.
because my legs are swollen and
No,
it's
it's
very
cool.
painful.
It's painful. It's
It's very
heavy to
painful.
carry.
Lymphedema is very painful.
The people that make it be
It's
going
a
all over
lower
the place.
part.
They make
It's a
just
lower
they make
it's a
fire
lower
on
part.
the
If you have elephantiasis, the men need it.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
like
because
take out the
blood
cocaine.
doesn't flow. Glenny, no, the blood doesn't flow correctly with lymphedema.
So that the Marinol can have the blood flow.
No, it numbs the pain. It does. It numbs the pain. I have a lot of lower extremity pain.
Yeah.
The people that crazy. Somebody said they see
What
why
is it?
Uncle said they come out. Why Uncle said they come out. You should be taking everyone to show
Come on, man.
They Jerry Yassia person got not get no sense.
My
The
man,
man get no condition.
Marinol is legal for people who have permanent chronic
Right.
conditions.
Right,
So
right.
I have lymphedema. So yeah, it puts me
Yeah,
to
that's
sleep.
Uncle Sam. You can wake up today and go to the doctor and say, I get pain in my right arm. It's permanent. The doctor will prescribe you medicine. That's a miracle. that how they make them money.
Spencer, because
Uncle Sam, stop that thing.
you gotta go to special doctor.
Uncle Sam, you will go to all the specialists. Uncle Sam, Plenty.
They don't just prescribe it like that. You know that they don't prescribe it
not
like that.
subjective, Uncle Plenty. Is it not
subjective. Based on
subjective?
what he
You
explained,
gotta understand that they were saying from one doctor to another, one specialist to another. At the end of the day, you will get what you want. Period. It's your pain. Nobody can question
And
your
the thing about
pain.
his system is already tolerant to
The
the
thing
drug,
about it,
so he would get XP.
You're
He would
70
get
years
it high.
old. You're
Yeah, but
70 years old.
I don't take it every day. I want to take it when there is pain in my legs. If
Uncle Sam, start that explanation. You're 70 years old. You get free government insurance because you're a vet. All right. You old man. The only thing that people can get this step is they see your young wife behind you. Then they say, "Well, you're confusing us."
But I don't take her to the hospital.
I mean, you can put the papi on blast on there.
But it's okay because Stanton dealing with everything today. Know that boy? That's
I didn't say
today.
70 young man.
We thought marijuana been before the whole story.
Oh, Will, President Baga have been 79 for a long time. Is he still 79 though?
Go with policy. Get the hell out of here.
I was small. I used to listen to Baga 79 years old.
What the President Baga birthday anyway?
If he's still 79 or in the 83, 84 now.
But the Baga birthday is coming up is at the end of the year.
You know his birthday, sir? He who was born in the village, you know his birthday?
I
beg you, they can kind of rest farm. How many
But
rest
still, they
farm?
have a medium. They have
Do
a
you
medium.
know- do you know your birthday?
How many rest farm?
Do you know your birthday?
Me, I know I was born right to Sunny in Morovia, and they put in the Bible. They put in the
Yeah,
Bible.
but the president Baga know his birthday.
No. Now he showed the
The
Bible.
Papa
Where
will
they
be
put his
79
birthday.
year old this year. I hope he sent me invitation to his 79th birthday celebration. Yeah, you go every year at 79.
Uncle Sam told me he and Gange used to smoke weed, he and Do used to smoke weed, he and Tola used to smoke boom, they used to play golf. Uncle Sam, he told me that.
So now in your dream, right? In your dream, Gange didn't drink alcohol. Only Do used to smoke. But Gange never smoked. Gange never smoked. Only Do.
So you used to smoke it with Joe?
I take the Fifth Amendment.
Oh, but I'm not lying now.
No, but I mean, man, Do used to smoke.
man
I'm not going to publicly admit or publicly deny that I used to smoke with Do, but
Have
Do
you
used to smoke.
ever drank or smoked with Joey?
I even never sat down with Joey. Who said Joey and myself? I don't have that kind of relationship.
No. Okay.
Maybe you're on a weed different hour.
No. Jovia myself, no, because of the age difference. So we don't have that kind of camaraderie, like like Taylor, Ellen, and
So you and Ellen,
Dawn.
you and Samuel Doe had the same age?
Yeah, Samuel Doe was about 2 years older than me. That's what 2 years older than me. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
When he took power.
Let's get back into quick politics, right? If Joey say I am not running, I'm tired, who you think will be able to go against Jeremiah Cohn? Or if Joey say I am running, can he beat Jeremiah Cohn if Jeremiah Cohn succeed Joseph Boakai?
Who you asking that question to?
To you.
Sam P. Jackson.
Okay, so this is everything depends on how the rescue train operates and how well it does, right? If Joe Boakai does extremely well, right, he overcomes all the challenges and he endures himself the Liberian people and he puts on Jeremiah Cohn hand. I'm not saying he would beat George Weah, but it would make it difficult for George Weah to win. Okay. But if things are in 2029, we're still talking about rice price. We're still talking about all the missteps. We're talking about all the things that are happening. Then Joe Weah will win. I mean,
where?
Yes. Oh yeah.
So let me ask this question. Let me ask you a question. Do you think Joe Weah should step aside and give Fonati Kofa the chance to head the party?
I prefer Fonati Kofa. Publicly, I can say that.
So you think Joe Weah, with everything, he should just bless Fonati?
I think George Weah has played his role. Everything has time, Stanton. I think it's time now for new people like a guy smart and they see Fonati is a bridge builder. Okay, Fonati, look at the man won the speakership. I mean, overwhelmingly. Okay, he has the education. He has the.
He didn't win overwhelmingly, but let's just have that conversation.
No, he won overwhelmingly. He won overwhelmingly.
No, he didn't win overwhelmingly.
And Fonati is a bridge builder. Okay, I like him personally. Okay, and I think, and then he has close ties to the United States also. Okay, he was a lawyer here, and he's done extremely well with the World Economic Crime Court.
Right, he does. He has close ties.
Yeah, so I mean,
do you think that you can advise the president to bless Fonati and Fonati? And it'll be the stand-up bearer.
I would. I mean, if I had my druthers about it, I would just basically say to the president, we need to find new leadership, and you need to be supportive. But Fonati is my choice. I can say that publicly.
Do you think Fonati can pull this thing off?
Oh yeah, I think he can. I really think he can. I mean, and I don't think he will even let me talking like this because he and I are close friends. Because he doesn't want to be. To seem. I'm not saying he has the ambition. But if he wanted it, it would be easy for him because of what he's accomplished. Okay, the man's a bridge builder. The man's a reconciler.
But tell me the problem that Fonati will have ahead of him.
Well, okay, so he has to deal with his conviction in the U.S. court. You know that. Remember, he was convicted. He went to jail for 3 years. But I think he's overcome that sufficiently now. Okay, it's been more than 20 years. He's demonstrated that he's gone beyond that. He's lived an upstanding life. He's done extremely well, okay? But his detractors will try to bring that up to but it's not going to work because Fonati was very young at that time, probably in his 30s or something.
The thing with the exception of the southeastern region, the people on the other end can vote for Fonati.
But he won the speakership. He won the speakership, Stanton.
Yeah, listen, it's one man, one vote. We're talking about the people, the masses that will be voting.
But don't forget, his wife is from Lofa.
I understand. She's from Lofa. I'm saying, you think they will be able to ride it around for that?
Yeah, I think he's a bridge builder.
Can Fonati beat Jeremiah Cohn 2029?
Yes, if Joe Boakai doesn't do well, and if there is any misunderstanding or
I can Fonati Kofa separate himself from a Joe Boakai doing bad, and he's the speaker.
Well, the thing is, one of the things that he need to do, coming closer to the election, maybe 2 years, starts to contrast and separate himself from the bureaucracy.
He cannot separate himself from the budget.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of things. He has to. First of all, he needs to build an organization. He needs to raise the money, okay, and he has to appear like a credible candidate. But he can't do that. I think he should concentrate on helping Joe Boyka for the next 2-3 years. That's what he should be doing. He should not be.
What do you think? I tell you, so what you think, Fadiga? You think let's stick with the Funati. You think Funati, Joe Weah will give him his blessing, and if Joe Weah does, you think Funati can pull this up?
The CDC, they are pointing at Cummings. I don't know whether it's to who into EA money because the guys are scammers, but they are pointing towards Cummings, and I doubt it that they will carry him. It's just George Weah's way of finding a way for somebody else to foot the bill, and then 2029 he will emerge again. So Funati, no, except where he found his own way outside of the CDC, but I do not think the CDC going to carry him.
Yeah. What were you, Glennie?
So I want to take it from another angle and look at the aspect of Joe, what Uncle Sen said about what's the vice president name? Kuhn. That if that Kuhn's rise to presidency will depend on Joe Boyka, I think differently. I think Kuhn's rise to president would depend on what Nima County looks like and what the people of Nima does. I think that's a significant thing to look at and look at Nima's rise right now. The people have the economy is growing there. They're building. There are a lot of developments happening, and Kuhn is also a part. The Nima base is strong. They're collaborating. So I don't think Joe Boyka's performance will impact Jeremiah Kuhn because everybody know that Joe Boyka will be one term. I don't think he's running again. So I think it's just going to be based on what Kuhn does, how he rallies his base, and how people reflect to him. Now,
yeah, but Kuhn cannot win outside of Nimba. You think so?
I think he can.
Even if he say, okay, Nimba, I got Nimba. Nima got me, but he need the other counties.
But you also have to consider who will he choose for VP. That VP pick will be significant. Don't forget that Kuhn has ties with other counties, Grand Bassa for a whole also.
The Southeastern region.
Yeah. So you have to look and see who is going to be his VP pick. But I don't think performance will have anything to do with Jeremiah Kuhn's ascendancy to presidency if he wants to do that. I don't think so.
So you think Joe Weah cannot bless Funati Kofa?
I don't know if George Weah. I don't think George Weah will do that because I think George Weah still wants to run. I think George Weah is rallying his base to be able to run again. I don't think. I mean, knowing George Weah,
if George Weah run again, there is no chance for Funati Kofa.
I doubt it. See, don't say that. You don't know yet what Funati Kofa too is becoming a formidable person that people are gravitating towards.
But there will be no way of Funati Kofa see or George Weah in the race and think that you have a chance.
Well, you can't say that though. You can't say that because George Weah, don't forget, Funati Kofa is now speaker immediately after a George Weah regime that has failed. So you don't know between now and 6 years what Funati Kofa is going to do. I don't think.
This is the Funati Kofa that get a special line for George Weah every day. If George Weah in the race, Funati Kofa will not run for.
You think so?
I know so.
You think he's not that ambitious?
No, he will not run. George Weah got to step aside for Funati Kofa to run. If George Weah in the race, there will be no Funati Kofa running for president. As it though.
Well, I'm not sure. Again, I wouldn't be speaking on feelings. I'll be speaking on what I know, what is there. I'm not sure there has been a discussion about, Speaker Kofa coming to run or President Weah. The thing is, President Weah is young. He's energetic. He had one term, and 2029, there will not be anything other than what President Weah did and what Boyka did. There wouldn't be nothing other than that. Oh, you came, you say, President, I didn't do the you're sort of do, but look at how you do it. That would just be the issue. And it is hard to see if there is anyone else with that political capital to win an election than President Weah. I don't know if that it is. No, I mean, no matter who is doing what, I'm not seeing it. Now, running the country is different than winning an election to run the country. So who has that political capital from here and there. Now, again, like I said initially, I would be concerned. I would be concerned with 2029 elections if President Boakai was doing equal to what President we are doing. But like after all of my assessment, I've said it on the show many times, in my honest opinion, besides politics, I do not have the belief that President Boakai will do more than 25% of what President we are doing. Now, I don't get battle with people talking, spoil the country, spoil the country. That's not my issue. I don't care about it. The real Liberian people that will vote, they were here during George Weah time. They will be here during President Boakai time. In 2029, they know what they will be seeing. So, well, George Weah for the country, that one, it don't move me, it don't move any of us because we know the reality. People bought rest during President Weah time. They will be buying rest during President Boakai time. People pay school fees during President Weah time. They will be paying school fees in other schools during President Boakai time. So they will know what they pay, how their life was, how things was, how they went to the park, how no park available, all those things. They will know it. So in 2029, it will be what President Weah did that United Party said was not the right thing, and then what President Boakai did after he came to power. So in my mind, there is...
Let me hold you right there. I think, I said, please forgive me. Let me just come in quick.
Right.
I think George Bernard Weah himself got a problem.
Now,
baby, let me just say this, brother, though. I think George Bernard Weah get a very serious problem, Randy, that making the Liberian people so mad. Why they voted George Bernard Weah out of power? That alone will defeat George Bernard Weah 2029. And he doesn't do a U-turn. They voted you because of they liked Koji. They voted you out of power because of Samuel Twain. They voted you out of power because of Samora Wodokari. They voted you out of power because people that are around you, they made you to pay for their sin because you was ahead. What is President Weah doing today? Do you think the Liberian people, I beg you, I just trying to steal a second from you. I beg you, Minister Doe, because I know you would like to respond. Do you think the Liberian people stay happy with President Weah or former President Weah? No, they are not, lady. President Weah did a lot of stuff that when you put the name President Weah up there, a lot of people get angry. So I agree with you, Asher Doe. Even if Joseph Boakai do 25% of what George Weah did, the people appreciate Joseph Boakai. Because you know why? You must add the 25% to the 100% of getting all of the whole President Weah left us in. And that will give you 125%. Because that whole is very deep.
So
the people still today, they are crying.
Let me start.
The whole of poverty, the whole of massive corruption, in every setup, every ministry, every agency, you find a reason why the people voted George Bernard Weah out.
Hallelujah.
That alone is a message by itself.
There are in my mind, again, if you say, if President Boakai scores 25% to win another 100, I don't know how that kind of math coming on. But again, this, let's take off being too much partisan, but be real.
No, you are a partisan. Don't say I think of being too much partisan. That's what you do on the show.
It is different from how you, as Tanner Waterspoon or Fadiga or me, who see things, than the actual people that will get in the line and see things. So I want us to look at what the people will get in the line to see, not our imagination on what we think someone did. Oh, we have damaged the country. That's just talking.
No, I said the one was saying that you guys read with the narrative that the Liberian people were stupid and they couldn't see.
So, Stanton, let me just
understand what you are doing. You saw the people in the market in 2 days. They say rice price go to $19. You say, yeah, we're winning. No, you're not winning.
So, Stanton, let me just end. Stanton, this is the thing. When President Weah was president in Liberia, again, the Liberian people were not in Taiwan. They were in Liberia. President Boakai is president. The Liberian people are not in Taiwan. They are in Liberia. When you, Stanton, Fadiga, or me, or anybody comes and say, oh, President, we have damaged the country. But when the people were here, they were buying rice $13, $17. Then they start buying rice $19. It is okay for you to keep talking about President Weah damage the country. It's fine. But to the real ordinary people that walk on the street every day that vote, in their conscience, they know what is there. They were here. You can come say President Weah damage the country. They look at education. They were here. They know what is up. Then they look at President Bouakai. They are still here. They know what is saying. It's fun. And let me tell you, President Weah was the man who, in my view, came on the highest level of propaganda from the opposition. Think about everything the opposition did. And listen.
My last question. We gotta go.
I know. Let me end this. President Weah, what has been the president in the history of Liberia, lost
because Joe, we are watching or plenty. So
let me end my Tistano. You can make people end their stuff. We are 2 4 years. President Weah, this election went against President Weah by less than 2%. The least difference for anybody to
after you stop the ballot.
At the end of the day, this was when
there was more than 300,000.
This was when Johnson supported President Bouakai. Look at the record. Every time Prince Johnson supported a person, that person who win by almost double the digit of the person that will be losing. But this time was different.
Thank you. Thank you. Uncle Sam, respect to Asido, respect to you. I think you guys doing a hell of a good job here. But I will say this to you. If President Weah continue with the same team, he might kiss 2029 goodbye. That's my argument. And don't forget the Amara Kone. Don't forget the Yombly and DeLong. Don't forget the Snow that went back to NPP. Don't forget the Jim Barney. And remember, if it is true, Bouakai will not be in the 2029. It will be everybody for themselves and God for all. You will have 73 lawmakers running. You will have 15 senators running. You will have a president or a vice president on the ticket. And that will give you 90 seats open. Everybody for themselves. It will be bloodbath. You cannot buy your way out. You don't expect Delon to leave from Moserado fighting for his re-election to go to Nima to spend 2 days there. You don't expect so. You don't expect a Yombly to give you $5,000 to help you because you're in Brooklyn, Nigeria. No. Everybody will be fighting for themselves, God for all. So 2029 will be a rough 2029, but we pray to God that we see it. But I doubt, I strongly believe, if John Manning will come up with the same old team, they will beat them 4-2-4, like Bouakai did. You got a lot of players in the game. Amara Kone. You saw Amara Kone letter today. We're discussing them all. I mean, Amara Kone is going out. Edwin Snow positioned himself. People say, oh, Edwin Snow will not win. Okay. But these guys then will do what they call take away. And ask Glennie when she go to a party and they gave her a chance to take away. She carried 5 boxes home.
Plastic bowl, right?
Plastic bowl.
I don't usually even eat when I go out to party. Nonsense. A
Russian man, we're running a dinner spender. Nice to see you down there.
It's good to see you.
All right, thank you. Good night. I see you. Okay, you can miss me when I'm here. I know.
Then we will see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye. Minister, what are you doing? You thinking about you coming? You bought your ticket already, right? We're not hearing you, my man. We are not hearing you.
I said, I want to know about coming business, or you and Nelson Colette know about that one. I got no clue on what you say.
Oh, so you put me.
The man coming, Nelson. Don't mind, man. He coming.
Nelson, we are in our country to make our country better. You and I, we here. One brother, we're not
the man want us to hide it. He said because the last time I said you were coming, 2 of the team that go in and say, oh, say you leave here, yeah, you going to America? We heard it on Spoon. So you want me to be quiet. I mean, you coming in the next 2 weeks. I would say.
I would be here to fix our country. We'll be here together. We eat green grass. We eat gari. We eat raw coconut together until we face our country. Don't worry, my brother. We get
That's it. That man get that man get a ticket and a green card paper in your pocket. Trust me. The man get a ticket and a green card. He go in Europe, spend some time with his brother, and from there he come to America.
Who days I get green card? I want to be talking your own.
I mean, you see, I'll put your green card picture up, bro.
The
man get a driver lesson, he get a green card. All he need, he buy a ticket, he out. So they just bought his ticket. He tired, he coming.
We are rebranding.
What you talking about? That where you call it? We are.
I mean, we are rebranding and refacing, and we are here to ensure those things can be taken care of. We cannot be away from the process while we are trying to help the process. So our dedication is to Liberia than anywhere else. Though we have the ability to go anywhere else, but we want to stay here to ensure Liberia becomes a better place. That's why we're here. That's why
I know that one story, my man. Till we meet again, let God be with you. Yeah, a good show.
Yeah.
A wonderful show. That's a good night. I'm very tired. My eyes, everything hurting. And it will be a good story tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Everything go, my brother.
Yeah. So we look forward to having a great show tomorrow. And again, I want to say thanks to everyone out there for being here with us tonight on the program, Spoon Talk. Of course, this is where you get the news. This is where you get the analysis. This is where you get to know what's happening in the country. Spoon Talk, as you know, is Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online. I want to say thanks to all of you across the world for joining us tonight. Thanks to the folks on the radio, and I want to say thanks to all of you who have been following on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, or Super 95.5 FM. We appreciate all of you. Many thanks to our folks in other parts of the country who have been relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM, thanks to Gibi FM, thanks to Premier Radio, and a host of other radio stations for relaying the program. And I want to say thanks to our folks online as well for joining us. I see a lot of you have been here from YouTube on our handle Spoon Talk Live. Thanks for always joining us there. And thanks to you on Facebook. As you know, we're on Spoon TV on Facebook. We are on Fabric TV and Super TV all on Facebook. We appreciate all of you for being here always. They will come away again. Have a good night. Let's remember, Liberia is all we have. So let's keep the peace. Let's keep the peace of this country alive. And I want to say again, thanks to everyone. You can join us tomorrow for another edition of Spoon Talk. Better still, we have the late night show coming up. And you can make up time to be with us. Until then, have a good night. And bye-bye for now.
Spoon